Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は約19日目です。It is day 119. We're 2 days after, so this should be smooth sailing. We do have a double stack, maybe a triple stack on something since it's 200. Usually it sits around 120. No, just a single stack. 120 plus maybe 70-ish. Add one word, or one word yesterday. Oh, there it is. Which is wobbly hands, wobbly hands. Whoop. So we have Kayo, Kayo, Kao to commute. Sorry, still respiratory allergies. Continue to wreak havoc. Okay, that's it. Nothing too big. I expect to see maybe 3 or 4 today on average when there's another previous stack that comes up. We'll see. All right, let's get right into it. Lots to do today. Okay.
Kaki.
Kaki. Okay. That's fine. All right.
Jōkyū.
Jōkyū.
Hen.
And this. I just popped in to say that you and your friends ended up talking about what you asked about for quite a while, mostly about the constructive and unconstructive parts of overthinking, how that can be applied. Ooh, interesting. Give me some pointers, maybe. What was there things that stuck? Any hot takes?
Seiko.
Very cool.
Kimochi.
Mochi.
Uchi pocket.
Uchi pocket.
Stawaru.
Kawaru. how did the waru or okay.
Utau.
Without What?
正月
Shogatsu. Daigakuinsei. You said that in its raw form, if you can call it that, it's a big jumbled up mess of thoughts, but that when you separate and break down the thoughts, it was often easier to spot bits that are useful. Like all the different possible answers to a question can be very useful if you take each possible answer and try to analyze the likelihood of the answer being true, then weighing the value of those possibilities based on analysis. That sounds great. Yeah, you're taking a top-down approach, right? Oftentimes, overthinking is compulsory. A lot of times. Okay. I think I would say if I had to generalize something a little bit. So say like this is volume on the y-axis, and then this is delta t over time. I feel like overthinking comes off more like this. So while it's gradual, it's at a faster rate. So you have volume, right? You have your trigger. This would be your trigger. And then the trigger would have a steady incline. And then this would be awareness. This is a point of awareness. And then it would continue to go up, but then it would decline. And at some point, you either collapse, or then you take it and you decompress the volume, right? You decompress the volume. So then it would decline. And depending on how this, in my opinion, is practice. And it's not, this is perceived volume. Perceived volume, not total volume. So this is not total. And that's usually how I would say you're describing the one possible solution to management. So your perceived volume goes up, and eventually it triggers something, and you're trying to resist it, right? You're trying to resist that increased volume, and oftentimes through practice, you can compartmentalize by replacing it with order. And then the order can promote compartmentalization. Then your perceived volume goes down. The total volume might actually still continue to go up over time. So with every repeated action of overthinking, you could be handling more total volume. At the same time, your perceived volume gets managed quicker. I drew it this way because this is when this continues to shift to the left, right? And it becomes steeper and steeper. This is how practiced you are at doing the, often seeing the bits of useful things, taking the bits of useful things and compartmentalizing it. So this is probably a somewhat of a graph. I deliberately made it wiggly because, you know, there's noise. But I would say that's what has been described, because overthinking typically deals with volume, a perceived volume. Once it exceeds a specific critical point, it'll reach your awareness and you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'm overthinking now. But in actuality, a lot of times I feel the trigger was really, really soon. So there's an alternative to doing this. You can lower your point of awareness over time through practice, and you can start managing. So then you have all this extra time to micromanage the stuff. So there is others would combine the two. They would practice the compartmentalization, so the management of the early triggers, reduce the chance of hitting a higher threshold. So you can do both at the same time. You can practice micromanaging the symptoms of the volume, or you can also increase your awareness, which brings down the trigger volume. So eventually you can become more sensitive to managing something before it starts building up, because you don't know where the collapse part is. When you collapse, that creates mania. So there's a critical mass where what happens at the critical mass, instead of doing this resolution, you quit. And what happens on quitting creates avoidant behavior. Avoidant behavior will go back to mania. And your awareness, due to the avoidant behavior, your awareness will start to increase. Your threshold will go up. So what happens is the point of overthinking is going to be less and less rescuable. So over time, when you're talking to someone and they ask you a question, you're going to say, okay, let me think about it. And then you give up. You're just like, nah, it's not worth the effort, right? Like someone could ask you a simple question, like, how's your day? And you would say, I'm all right. And that's it. As opposed to trying to break it down, fetch for something that's identifiably you in order to manage stuff. You could say more than it's your choice to say more than just all right, but the amount of effort continues to staggeringly increase. And that's kind of contributes to overthinking, which overthinking tends to be associated and correlated with introverted self-diagnoses, right? Like people who claim to be introverted or have ADHD or whatnot, it correlates a lot with it. I'm not saying they're causal or linked together, but they tend to correlate behavior. Other behaviors tend to kind of let alternative, like parallel behaviors coincide. So I often think about this curve that I'm talking about. I haven't like written it down in a formal form or whatnot, but this is what I try to address. Awareness involves explaining the thing to yourself and to others. Practicing resolution is to ask questions for that person in order to break it down. So that's kind of the very, very fast hot take of illustrating exactly what you guys, or as close as possible to what you guys are talking about. And it's often between conflict resolution. Oftentimes this is in the context of conflict resolution, because overthinking, when it comes up most often, is conflict. As in when you're having an argument or a debate or a decision that you have to make, like, should I buy this expensive video game or should I not, right? So it does impact a lot of this. And oftentimes when you compartmentalize and, you know, draw these graphs and look at it, you kind of get an awareness of where you can focus. My tolerance, like as a personal anecdote, my tolerance, which is what I call the collapsing point, is very high. And that you can train too. You can also practice how much volume you can handle. Like your perceived volume, if your perceived volume is as high as your total volume. You can train that too, where, okay, well, I have energy and a safety net. Let me work on how many thoughts I can handle, and then work on how to optimize that. So at some point, you can have perceived and total volume handled as well. So you can elevate this peak. You can lower the peak of awareness, and you can also increase the rate in which you compartmentalize. And I think those are like, this is generalizing the different phases. Obviously, there's a bunch of nuance that you can't account for because, again, we were talking about the whole physics and biology thing. Physics would be looking at every single time point and trying to explain that. Meanwhile, we're looking at psychology, more or less, or I'm applying what I think would be psychology, which is at the very top level. And you can think about it as, you can manage your triggers, you can lower your awareness, like point of awareness, like lower the necessity effort required to notice you're overthinking, so you can get ahead of it. You can up your tolerance. So there's something to be said. Tolerance is a little bit preventive, so it might not seem as rewarding, like, oh, I can handle way more than this. But should you? Sometimes you can do it deliberately, which is what I do. I deliberately practice increasing my tolerance at my choice. But understanding that you can do a lot in the moment, in obligations, it doesn't mean you have to. So having that safety net can promote confidence. So like when you go and make a decision, should I give this speech in front of 2,000 people who are much more intelligent than I am, or you feel much more intelligent? The idea is, well, I can handle it. I have such a large breathing room. So there is a lot to confidence when you're elevating that. But in my opinion, often I practice this in a isolated form, not when it matters, right? So this is the last thing I do, which is funny because I actually practice it on stream instead. And then compartmentalization, this part is often where I enter the picture a lot of times with people because they focus on this part, right? But all of these can be worked on separately or overlappingly, and then you get overthinking under control. Or in my personal anecdote, it keeps my mania under control. So I up tolerance when I can. Triggers can be managed by your environment. So if you choose to not expose yourself frequently to a trigger, that's a way to manage. You can also intentionally trigger it to see how you manage it every once in a while. So that's kind of what I do. And then to promote awareness, right? I see the trigger, try to promote the awareness, and then at my own expense practice how much volume I can handle. And then the rest, this part, is what I tend to focus on for actual practice. A lot of times when people ask me like, oh, so what do you do to stay consistent? It's usually this part. This is the part that most people think of. Because if you're thinking about it, every time you start a day, like, oh, you're going to start your Anki session, you're doing this already. It's the nice thing about not having to do this part, which builds up, is when you have a task, it focuses on the task. So what happens is, in my opinion, your graph just truncates. This whole part contracts together, and then you're only focusing on. So your graph would end up looking like this when you make an like habit, right? When you're doing habit, it's like you make a decision. So the decision is presented. It spikes to the projected volume that you know, that you think you know, and then you do this. It's not this smooth, but the idea is this is a regular pattern. And that's how I view an established habit. that is sustainable. You hit the trigger, you know exactly where it's going to end up, and you know exactly how long it's going to take to resolve it. It's not messy or anything like that. Yeah. And oftentimes, this is what I'm doing on WaniKani. What I try to do is over time, I'll optimize this so I spend less time doing it. And then what happens is the new extra time I have, I add something. So in the long run, I continue to do this much, but I have more tasks. My volume goes up. I continue to add more to maintain this same steady rate, but the task that I'm doing here changes over time. Yes, you said that although risky, it would be ideal to let the overthinking reach near the highest point of perceived volume without structuring it. Yeah, then with that massive thought, you have the most stuff, yes, to then be able to compartmentalize and make use out of it. It does have the risk, as you said, of a collapse, but that risk will slowly be minimized through practice. Exactly. If you're consistently doing the same volume. And then one day you can push yourself to a higher limit, right? At some point, like a lot of people always talk about maximalist thinking, right? Like some people could argue, well, you can't keep doing that forever. It's like, yeah, that's fine. But you'll find out if you do this. Like, what is the max? Sometimes you bring it back down and it could go higher in the future. Now, you can kind of talk about maxes, but I tend to not talk about min-maxing. But theoretically, there's going to be a volume like, oh, you don't need to push anymore because it's diminished return. It's like, that's true. The idea is you're also maintaining. There's maintenance involved. If you keep dropping it down and you're comfortable here, then that becomes your perceived max. Right? Every once in a while, you gotta make sure you run for the hills and see if your upper limit is still okay. Becoming complacent drops your max. So I typically don't like talking about mins and maxes because then people talk about genetics, right? They talk about genetics, obligation. So instead, think of it as more, in my opinion, I prefer to think of it more as a tentative thing. You can push a little on days. If it doesn't go up, that's perfectly fine. You made the attempt. And what happens is it often deals with maintenance. You're maintaining it. A great example would be like working out as an older person. As you're aging, you're working out more, but it doesn't seem like you're getting stronger. But the answer is yes, you are getting stronger, because instead of growing weaker, you are maintaining your strength. It's an ebb and flow when it comes to behavior. Maintaining a habit also requires that you stretch that habit and test that habit over time as well. So until I reach a max, I tend not to until I see less and less improvement that corresponds to a substantial diminished return on time, then I typically keep aiming higher. So I go through periods of being more efficient, optimizing, right, and then including new things, which I have been doing for the last 1.5 years for language learning. It didn't matter where I start, honestly. Yeah, you're quite naturally prone to reaching the stick your head in the sand point of overthinking, but as I said, it's all about practicing. Yeah. What you just said about replying I'm fine to anyone asking how you are and how can you say more, but it requires more effort. There's also the fact that you have to consider what the person asking the question level of effort they are willing to put in. Exactly. And here's a dogmatic problem, or here's a paradoxical problem about that. It's like having money. So say you have money, right? So there's a paradox in which you can break the cycle. So when you're effort, right? If you use effort, you are more likely to encounter people who use effort. because the thing that we're talking about, the behavioral consequence of what we're talking about now, is outwardly. It's outwardly visible. So you can hope that someone else has high effort, which triggers your high effort. That is luck, right? And probability. It's also passive. Now you can do that still with proactive. So if you choose to be proactive, then you can still trigger that without assuming the other person has higher effort. Now that other person may not always reproduce and reciprocate the higher effort, but your odds go up when you're exploring proactive decisions. So I do both. Sometimes luck, probability, and passivity throws me a bone. Life has thrown me lots of bones. I genuinely love all those moments. Thank you to all the people who've been my educators, my mentors, but I reciprocated that. So when someone invests in me, I reciprocated at any given time, not because I was lucky enough to meet those people. I have often given open generosity, regardless if it's reciprocated, because the chances are, if you're passively waiting, it still happens, right? But if you're proactive about it, it also reinforces the passivity. So if you're an introvert who's having problems, or believe you're an introvert who has problems socializing, and you continue to socialize, your odds still go up based compared to not yourself not trying. So in both luck aspect and outwardly, you can be both proactive to boost your passivity. So when someone says something like, you know, someone comes up to me and say, oh, you're so lucky to find teachers and friends, and like, well, I don't see as luck, because regardless if I'm lucky in life, I keep trying, and even trying increases my luck because it's outwardly visible. So if someone see that you're trying, you are more likely, we're not talking about ones and zeros, not that, you are more likely, we're talking about probability here, you are more likely to have someone reciprocate the effort, because people who reciprocate effort tends to look for reciprocation of effort. Now, that is only provided that there isn't a monumental obligatory force pushing you down on your causing you to be non-functional, right? So we're not talking about that. This is more about self-improvement, I suppose, and that's a thing. So when you say you can say more but it requires more effort, there's also the fact that you can consider that person asking a question level of effort they're willing to put. For myself, if you have the effort, it's irrelevant worrying about the things you cannot control. Technically you can, but I'm not going to make it sound like you can control other people. The idea is you can control the odds. You can influence the odds of it happening. It won't give you control of how often people or the type of people that would interact with you, but you can certainly affect the odds, and that can give you a semblance of control. So instead of, like, I know that fact does exist, the fact that other people can't reciprocate. However, it is secondary. It is not worth my time most of the time. Like, if you're, a lot of times I avoid saying what's worth it, what's not worth it. It is not worth worrying about things you cannot control or influence in a positive way for your own benefit. And that sounds selfish, but it comes off as selfless over time. As in, the actions you do can be seen as a selfless gesture, but it is also self-preserving. It's one of those, like, closest things I could say to a win-win situation that is possible. Me actively doing things in order to not worry about reciprocation comes off as charitable. Maybe perhaps even selfish or altruistic, but at the same time, it is selfish in nature because I'm increasing my odds of getting reciprocation. And they're not like exclusively or mutually exclusive of each other. One can appear charitable and helpful while at the same time be increasing their rate of success. So lots of times that's kind of what you hear in different packages, like in different words and semantics, where someone would say, do you ever worry about something, right? Do you ever worry about this? And the answer is, well, I don't even think about that. I know it exists, but I don't have to concern myself with it, because ultimately when I strive to do something, those odds will go down, right? That's a great question that I struggle with often, as it can be hard to properly weigh up whether it's something that you're just dragging your feet along with to no avail, or whether it is genuinely productive to raise your awareness or effort into it. Doing it in an isolated environment as you do would seem like the best option for practicing it. Give it a try. And I think the best option is whatever option you come to refine over time. I think someone else asked me this earlier about they couldn't find a routine that works for them to sustainably learn the target language that they like. And oftentimes you have to weigh on starting over and over again to the next person's routine, or you settle on a routine and continue to refine it from other people's routines, right? So that is alternatives. For me, when I gain enough experience, I will end up immediately settle on a routine, knowing that I can change the routine as I go. So it would become a summation of its own. So ultimately, if I had to make a super hot take, the best option is the option that you have curated yourself over time. Now, not everyone has a starting position. So you start with the best option, right? And that is where we talk a lot about people's hot takes. They're hot takes because they themselves do not have experience with the hot take that they are propagating. And oftentimes my answer is, that sounds like you're very enthusiastic about it. Go do it. And keep in mind, like for myself, express it to me. Tell me what you hate and don't hate, or like and dislike about it. And then encourage yourself to give that 5%, 10% chance of, integrating more things. Alternatively, there are successful people. What they do is they use a routine until it stops working, or use whatever, like X. It stops working, then they move on to the next thing. So then there's that learning curve again, which also deals with overthinking, by the way. The learning curve looks like overthinking as well, where you start learning something rapidly, but it's very slow, and then your learning potential goes down because you already learned everything and you learn nothing, and you're just repeating. And then you repeat that cycle all over again. That's like playing a video game with unknown rules. So that cycle can work, provided that this arbitrary period is long enough to achieve your goals. And those are the goal-only people. If it doesn't achieve your own goal, you're upset, and then you move on to the next thing. You don't have to think about all the things that I mentioned because you only care about the goal. So then you start to farm and scout for the best methods. And those best methods will continue to have a long learning curve and ups and downs, same repeated ups and downs. And you can learn to manage that too. Like if you know that that's what happens, then it becomes less of a problem. I don't think that's how that works out most of the time for peeps these days. Do you think that practicing it in isolation might miss out on some aspects of overthinking process that would only become apparent in a non-isolation, which may throw off your perceived awareness? No, because life has obligations and it doesn't choose when to show up. So this is not a double standard. This is a facts of life kind of situation. When you say overthinking, non-isolated environment, life throws enough things at you that you don't really need to artificially create that. You can intentionally prepare yourself for it. You're not going to be prepared for it. Like that feeling, you're never going to be prepared with what life is going to throw at you. But working on it makes it so that when it happens, it happens. I mean, unless you're rich, unless you have this super isolated environment, then yes, it can. In a really insane way, you could say your life could be so isolated that you do not get non-isolated events. That can happen for a kid, maybe, or a youngster who has a sheltered life, maybe even rich parents, and rich parents that only allow him or her or they to interact with a specific thing, something like that. But when you're talking about someone who's already out and about, and since we're already talking as strangers, you don't have to work to produce non-isolated environments. So all the isolated environments you're practicing is in preparation for them. So I don't know, I recently had to in my opinion, put a very firm wall between someone that I was talking to 3 days ago, last week, for 3 days straight. I'm I can't, this is not working. So those environments come up without you needing to input, at least I think. But it is possible. What does that look like? No, it was that person's not around anymore. It was a here's an example. Think about a super rich, sheltered person's perspective on how to resolve conflict between people who aren't super rich and maybe people of divorced parents. Maybe a super rich person who has very loving parents and everything works for them. Yes, that can happen. It can happen, but we're talking about idealism now. So life is murky, right? There's counterbalances. Super richness comes with other trade-offs that trigger other things. So when you're saying overthinking process that would only become apparent in non-isolated environments, those people might lack those environments, and then when they ultimately have to engage in those things, then you can see that the perceived awareness is not there, and they can learn from it. So that's kind of one of the nice things about being human, right? At least I think. Anyways, the persistence of putting in effort when interacting with people would naturally filter interactions towards mutual reciprocal effort between you and those you're interacting, I would imagine. Yep. It's a cycle breaker. You start the cycle, right? Do you not worry that people would begrudgingly reciprocate the effort just due to them being worried it would come across as rude if they did reciprocate the effort? Yeah. And they leave over time. So it's a weird way to look at it, but it could be like a game of chicken. Only the game of chicken is who's pushing who to be more involved. And ultimately, since I'm not going anywhere, most of those people move on. Yeah, I don't speak to the vast majority of them anymore. That's not to say that they're not kind-hearted people, but we know where our thresholds are. So occasionally, they come back, we talk, we catch up. The idea is that I will continue to encourage people to push their limits, and then they can begrudgingly do it or not. And the great thing about it, in my opinion, is over time, those people realize where their cutoff is. Now, I'm only talking about confirmation here. In all of this, my threshold is high. So that means low percentage yields, right? Like, I'm going to the part where now we have to talk about how much success do you want, right? How much success? Well, I place the answer for me is enough. So where is that? Well, it's definitely less than 10%. If I'm obligated, for example, this is voluntary. If I'm obligated to be, I don't know, a PR guy who needs to lower their threshold for a business or something, I'll do it. The idea is, it's, in my opinion, if you can maintain a high standard, you can maintain a low standard. That's not true for everyone. For myself, it's easier to drop down than it is to go up. There are people, min-maxers, or idealism, that it's hard to go up and it's hard to go down. And I'll give you an example of that. Someone who studies Japanese. This is their perceived level. If someone is working harder, they're obviously doing it wrong, because this is ideal. And if someone is doing less than them, they're not taking it seriously. This is idealism. So you can't stand people who are working harder because they're obviously not doing it right. They're using more effort to achieve the same results that you have, so it's upsetting. And then when you see someone who's expending less effort than you, then they're not serious enough. Does it sound like that bothers me? It does not, because I'm up here regardless of what someone thinks, what someone says. I can lower my effort to someone's idealism. It's easier to do that. And what I tend to do is I integrate most of this. So if someone's ideal level is here, someone else's ideal level is here, 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 here. If I'm working up here, I take theirs and add it to my threshold. So one day when I'm talking to someone, I can get on their level. Like, that's fine. It's not about righteous indignation or reward. The idea is, if I'm working really hard, one day I am more likely to be able to meet eye to eye with someone, and I don't care if they can't reciprocate that. One day, what may happen is people here, or even above me, right? I have no problems going up either. Actually, I prefer to go up. But they could meet eye to eye with me. They can accommodate me, or they up their game to match me. And we're not talking about pragmatism here. We're talking about perceived effort. Perceived effort. That is independent of the context. When two people are mutually feeling the same thing about their effort, they tend to have chemistry. And the more flexible you are, the more likely that you'll have chemistry with someone else. Now, chemistry itself is on a Likert scale, right? So it varies, but the idea is that's kind of how I go about things. Might not be for everyone's lifestyle though. I'm glad you said it's optional in this environment, as I did worry you were I was pushing you towards your threshold, especially recently with your very long chats, which is why you haven't been coming in every day like you were. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, yeah, like I think I said this a couple of times. My threshold is This is gonna be a weird flex, right? A weird flex. My threshold's really high. Like I can't tell you. If I can illustrate how high the last time I burned out. Something like 4 undergrads. Of course, my boss. 3 colleagues. 2 parentals, my parents stuff. A partner, sort of. And then obviously all this while maintaining research, teaching assistants. And of course, I was also doing some streaming at the time. That's probably where my highest threshold is. Nowadays, this stuff is pretty all right. Hello there, Edith. How are you? Are we healthy today? Your health is better. Nice. I've been well. You're about to pay off your iPhone. Nice, nice. Oh yeah. Worth every dollar, huh? Right, Edith? Also, that graph showing stuff like the critical mass reminded you a lot of Chernobyl. I was watching that show recently. I have yet to watch Chernobyl. I really should get on that. Yeah, I should really get on Chernobyl. It's easily one of the top, like, that's probably what I'm gonna watch soon. I'll have to write a note to myself. Anyways. Oh my gosh, why are you spoiling the show? Oh no, jeez. Have you played Stalkers 2, Roko? Have you played Stalker? I think Stalkers 2 might be a natural game to consider playing if that Chernobyl interests you. There's quite a lot of things that use Chernobyl as a setting. It's not technically Chernobyl. It's about Chernobyl. Not like the radioactive thing. It's more like a survival first person shooter thing, solo campaign. Or you could something that's Chernobyl-esque could be like Metro 2033 or something. I forgot the year that they used. But there's quite a lot of like Chernobyl-esque things about like Fallout and stuff. I mean, Fallout itself is Fallout. Have you watched the Fallout show, Roko? You might enjoy a little bit more sci-fi spin. Obviously it's not the same as Chernobyl, like the historical thing about it, but it's a different like spin for that aspect. It's good. You and your mom were watching it when it came out. Chernobyl? Nice. Wow. Everyone see I should really watch Chernobyl at something. I put it on the list for a while, but I haven't gotten around. You watched the first episode, you do need to watch more as you did enjoy it. You really like those type of apocalyptic media. I see. Yeah. I would say Stalker 2, kind of like a Fallout. Yeah. But more closer to the core of Chernobyl than Fallout, which is quite westernized or Americanized. Anyways, well, I'm glad your buds and you had that talk. It's been a while too. Glad you share some of it. I didn't really have anything to go off when you were asking questions because I'm not the greatest with idealism, right? Like asking ideal situations take quite some time. Idealistic things, it's not that I don't want to answer things idealistically. It's against like it takes time to do that because I don't typically spend time thinking about that. So I don't have responses that are idealistic, that are constructive in any way. Like hey, yeah, should get those. You should throw back some protein when you're lifting weights, lifting heavy or something. I don't like. I can't. I don't see how that is useful most of the time. Like for others, maybe. I just don't like talking to people like they're idiots, in my opinion. Like I don't. Even if the other person is like, no, 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 keep it simple for me. It's like, let's try to meet wherever your comprehension is. But talking like things are simple or trying to constantly reduce things is something that I feel 90% of the internet does already, so I don't have to do that. And that's my self-selection too, right? You said begrudgingly, what happens when the people are like, nah, this isn't worth it, and they leave. That's the whole reciprocation thing. So if someone comes by and say like, dude, someone, which happened recently the last 2 days, like, dude, this happened, it's gonna change the face of the world and the game. It's like, yeah, that game that takes 5% of the whole entire world's active players, or if not less. So if that person expressed something that were more outwardly, then we could have a better discussion, or like a more in-depth discussion that is relevant to both parties. However, what I can do is I can acknowledge it. It's like, yes, I have heard that. That's pretty amazing. Good for that person. And that's all I can say. Right? Yeah, that's fair. I also did feel a bit bad just putting you on the spot when you said I put you on TV for it. No, that was fine. I mean, that's just 4 more people. If you know what I mean. Like what I'm saying is I'm not like like there are behaviors that would give you more inclination that someone's uncomfortable when they're on like someone's TV or something. That would be like, say, a VTuber or someone who has no cam and whatnot. But this is on YouTube. All of the stuff we talk about is on YouTube. Now, here's a one little asterisk though. Whatever you say on Twitch stays on Twitch. As in, like, it's gonna be gone into the ether. So on YouTube, the chat might be preserved to some extent. But generally speaking, I have already been a public figure, like a person whose public identity is available in some way because I worked in academia, including my name. So it's no problem. I think there are quite a lot of obvious other types of behavior that would probably suggest that that person's uncomfortable with that situation. One of your friends did say that you were too structured and well thought out for his liking. Structured in what way? Are you talking about like how I answer questions? Because my life is not quite structured. Considering what I actually do. That might be the impression I give though. Like what I mean is structured as in like how you're feeling right now, where you're asking me if you derail. Oh, how I answered the question. Yeah. Well, that's the selection factor working, right? I think that person would want someone who's more likely to summarize things for them. Like, don't have to follow along, right? You can pretty much find quite a lot of people who are more willing to do that. Like here guys, do you know how to learn Japanese really well? Study really, really hard. Also, go watch like the top 5 influencers. Did you put PhD in your name as a way to naturally filter interactions with people who would decide to join and chat with you? No, I didn't. I put a PhD because it makes Maku unique, so that I don't have to add a number or space or underscore in anything I use. So when you add Maku PhD, it's a very short name that I don't have to add X's and Y's, and it's rarely ever taken when I engage in something. So whenever I like have to try something new, I can use the same name without it being taken. Now, that's only because I'm also not popular and like no one's like trying to yoink names, if you know what I mean. So I can, popular people, regardless of how unique their names are, people can like steal, you know, take the name, try to like, what you call it, what is the word, poach the name, and then try to resell it back to the content creator. But for myself, Maku is too short, so it's not unique enough. Makunochi is too popular because of anime, Makunochi Ippo, right? The anime character. So then I put Maku and PhD. Easy way to flex as well. Here's the funny thing. 99% of people don't know what that PhD means. And 99% of, I would say like less than that, 85% of that don't even notice. And it's also written in the about section. So I would say the vast majority of people don't even look at the name. And even more so when information is provided. And on YouTube, there's no like, there is an about section. I didn't write anything about the about section, so no one asks, right? No one really asks. And also, well, the occasional person asks, but they're more asking by what it means. And then on the YouTube side of things, people don't even watch the video before asking questions. Expecting them to even like look at names, that's a different story. For me, the first thing I see is someone's name, like someone's user handle. And it tells me, it can tell me next to nothing, or it can tell me everything to start with, you know, to start, like the necessary things to start a discussion. So if it tells me nothing, I'll probably ask you about your name, like as an icebreaker, a lot of times. And if it tells me a lot, then I'll be asking you questions on seeing if those are follow through. So like if someone is like named XX Skibbity Giat 69 Hook Jork XX, then I would have questions. Right? I have this like entire glossary of profiling in my head, and I must ask and ascertain what kind of person I'm speaking to. And I would love to hear their story. And that natural curiosity is what keeps my profiling. When people say it as a negative thing, it helps me ground what is reality and what my preconceived notions are. That's upsettingly surprising that most people don't know what it means. Yeah, most people don't know what it means. And hear me out. I would not have questions, but that's just because I would wrongly assume a lot in their name. I presume a lot of things, and then I would ask the question because I'm genuinely curious if they either fall outside of the statistical convergence, or, and that's what I mean by it's fun to see if I love finding out if my presumptions are correct or not. That's like doing a social experiment with every single stranger, and that might sound like, that might make other people uncomfortable phrased that way. The other word, the hot take, is I care. That's like a much more friendly way of saying it, and that's how I keep myself caring about other people. Like, either, wow, your name tells me a lot, can you tell me your life story right now? Like, how many questions can I ask to tell you? Is presume and assume interchangeable? It is not. Assuming is to accept it as true without the need for confirmation. Presuming is, it is based on evidence. As in, you presume that statistically this is likely, but you have to confirm. So you go out to confirm it. You presume things before to confirm them. or to look for confirmation or refute them. You assume things without the need for evidence. So most people assume things. And I use the words interchangeably, or not interchangeably. I use the words specifically when I am assuming something and when I'm presuming something. I assume a lot of things about video games and systems, and I presume a lot of things about people, because I do not know, because they're statistical outliers. But if I'm assuming something, I assume, right, this I assume is a grad student, which then I am correct, but you don't have to choose to confirm it. Like the general use for theory versus scientific use of theory. Yeah. I use it in the scientific writing. So like a presumption I would make is this. A hypothesis, in my opinion, is a presumption under assumptions. So the axioms of a hypothesis is assumption. The hypothesis itself is a presumption. You're deliberately presuming something to be true in order to confirm if it is true or not, refute it or confirm it. You're assuming things in order to form the presumption, which is the hypothesis. And that's kind of the idea. And then the null hypothesis is also presumption. So if you're trying to test the presumption based on your assumptions. Assumptions are typically facts, right? Facts. But I think people tend to use that and pull the facts into interpretation. So that is the classic, in my opinion, the conventional use of assumption. People assume facts, but their interpretation of the facts are also true. So assumptions carry through, not presumptions. So facts, which are assumed to be true, lead to presumptions about things, the application and whatnot, and the extrapolation, right? The transference. But in this day and age, what is assumed to be true is also interpreted as an assumption, which is where we get to the point of stereotypes and whatnot. And I kind of embrace that. I know that that's how it goes. Like, I accept that that's kind of where it goes. So oftentimes I kind of cheekily say, well, I presume this because I assume this to be true in this case. And sometimes even the assumptions are wrong, right? And that's when I concede, like, oh, wait, but I was assuming I understood this, which may be incorrect. It's like, well, clearly my assumptions were incorrect, and therefore everything that follows is erroneous, right? Or can be erroneous. They can sometimes be coincidentally correct, but not based on the same assumptions. So you can technically presume things without being correct about your assumptions, but that's far rarer than assuming something that is correct and then presuming something from it. So the idea is, you saw that Japanese is hard, so you presume that you're going to have a hard time learning Japanese. And that's not how people present it. They come up to me and say, oh, you speak English. It must be hard to learn Japanese. And then the guy from 2 days ago, I talk about nutrition, so I must be an authority on nutrition. I already said the fact is I'm not, many times. Or like, I'm an authority on language learning because I do a lot of language learning. That is, the assumption is I do a lot of language learning, which is true. The presumption from that is I have become an authority on language learning, which may or may not be true. Yeah. The other scientific thing that I typically, just as a Easter egg, like a bonus, the difference between sufficient, that's not how you spell sufficient, but that's fine, I think. Sufficient and necessary. These are like the pillars, in my opinion. Presumption, presume, assume, sufficient, and necessary. Those are like the four, in my opinion, very telltale signs of, you know, you have written a scientific article or been in academia long enough if these things kind of give you like cold feet and shivers, because sufficient, necessary, presume, and assume are very, very calculated. Like accuracy, accuracy, this would be a lower thing that often, yeah, accuracy, precision, and validity, yeah. And then there's mutual, exclusive, mutual and exclusive. The antagonized thing is not as good, but mutual and exclusive. These words really, like, you don't get the opportunity to hear these, but if someone uses these words, the nature of the way they use those words is a very, very large defining line. The downside about this is those words being used in that nature is very rare, largely because you're already anticipating to select for a rare population. I think the last time we talked about the percentage of people, right, in the world to illustrate less than 5%. So we're already talking about probably roughly less than 5%. And then of those people, you would likely see it, but in your circle, how often is those 5% of people will show up, right? It's like, what is a great testament to affect versus affect? Yeah, affect versus affect. Conclusion versus results versus data. We can throw in evidence, but evidence is a lesser, it's a colloquial. So conclusion, results, and data. All of these things are the same in layman, for the lay. Conclusion, results, and data are the same. They're incredible. They're like light years apart. If you're encountering someone who works in academic science in any way, conclusion, results, and data are very, very distinctively defined. And what you can conclude is not what the results you may see, and it may or may not be supported by data. It kind of just goes this way, right? What you observe from the data can be incorporated into results, and the results can tell you some conclusions, but in no way are all these interchangeable. But in most cases, when people talk about evidence, they're talking about data and they're talking about results, but they're really referring to conclusions. So when someone goes up to you and say, this is the best way to learn Japanese, they're talking about conclusions, not results, not data. And of course, above data is methodology. Right. So all of these are circumvented. And when I'm smiling about the friend you said. So yeah, it is structured, right? Method is a scientific method, right? Method, data, results, conclusion. There's a little bit more, there's far more than this, but it's structured when you think about things. And if you're thinking you're overthinking it now, Yeah, scientific inquiry is very tough to not overthink. The scientific method is there to often circumvent this a little bit in terms of like the feeling of overthinking. You break something down, it's actually problem first, but you know, hypotheses. Oftentimes people confuse hypotheses with problem. Like those are different things too. Oftentimes they would use it interchangeably because the hypothesis is addressing the problem. That's not true. That's typically not true. Unless you're working in applied or something. Often the problem is an observation, which is not the same. You observe something and you make a presumption about the observation, and these are the things you assume are true. So you assume Japanese is hard because there are people who think Japanese is hard, especially English people, the English-speaking people. English-speaking people think Japanese is hard. That's the assumed observation. Now you must test that hypothesis. Have people test that hypothesis. Sort of. Oh, hey, there's our daily Twitch bot. There you go. Thank you for reminding me I'm still... So they kind of tested it. Like, the moment you say that they tested it, the answer is going to be likely no. Because all I can think about is randomly selecting 10,000 people who speak English but don't know anything about Japanese and doing a double blind study where you separate the 10,000 people into like 3,000, and then how you're going to control for people who already learn Japanese in order to have a point of reference. Like, it is a wild thing when it comes to testing human experimental behavior things. So the moment that comes up in this structured argument, you start thinking, oh yeah, that's why correlation is not causation. Right? And you might be thinking, well, couldn't you just have said correlation is not causation in the beginning? It's like, I don't think people appreciate that phrase, in my opinion. Personally, when you say something like a cliche terminating thing, that's different from explaining it. All of the stuff that I said up to this point deals with appreciating correlation is not causation. Down to presuming, assuming, sufficiency, necessary, data, results, conclusion, the scientific method, observations, hypothesis, null hypothesis testing, they all filter in to correlation is not causation. It is one of the consequences. More like side effects. With an E, just to integrate the effect and effect, side effect of not understanding how to process problems, observations, and like methodology. Like, all of this contributes to a side effect, which is correlation does not equal causation. And yet, still does not stop someone from coming by and telling me what is the best method and what is the... I can't tell you that. Like, by the way, I don't know if you know the boundary, but 3 days ago, like, now, yeah, 3 days ago, I told the person, like, you can't tell someone to say, can't say I don't know. You can't tell me what I don't know. And you can't spark and assume things about me when I say I don't know. Like, that is entrapment. I think I might be using that term improperly, but this person kept asking questions and they're like, I don't see what's the problem. Like, I only say nice things and I only just do this and just do that. It's like, but you just told me not to say something that I'm earnest about. You keep asking questions, deliberate questions that I cannot answer. This is one of the rarest times where someone tells me that I must answer a question because somehow they know me more than I know myself, So every time they ask a question, they're like, oh, okay, so you have a PhD at the end of your name. That means you must know the secret to myopia in human development. I'm like, no, that's not the word they use. They said, I must know the secret to naturally healing nearsightedness or farsightedness in eyes. And my thought was, perhaps you should concern your, approach an optometrist or something. It's not my field of expertise. In fact, I don't even know if that's something that exists. And they immediately brushed it off like, yeah, you're just like everyone else. Like, you think I didn't go to optometrist? I don't know that. You didn't tell me. How could I know this? Like, it was one of the rarer times where someone is more upset at me saying I don't know this than I know this. Like, no, I don't know the secret to language learning. No, I do not know the secret to being consistent, creating content with no one watching. Like, there's no secret to it. I do this because I want to. And the things that I talk about most of the time, which I did spend all that time talking about it with this person, but clearly this person says no, they care about what I hear, and continue to perpetuate the same behavior. So I told the person in a more thought out way than this, I think you're looking for someone else. You're looking for a different type of person. And then they're like, no, like, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say you are doing anything wrong. I'm telling you that I think the type of person you're looking for is not me. Like, you can't go up and ask me, oh, do you like the CCP? Indirectly. Or do you think Sasquatch and Bigfoot exist? I don't know that. Do you think Sasquatch and Bigfoot are the same person? I don't know that. And they're like, please don't dismiss it. And I'm like, I can't dismiss something I don't know about. Like, don't just say I don't know. I'm like, but that's the truth. Like, and that's where I drew the line. Like, it got to a point where after 3 days of answering innocuous questions, who are very direct and very selective based on who they see, they kept asking me about Chinese things, very specific Chinese things, and then very specific anti-scientific research things, very, like, incredibly specific. And they're arguing that at the end, when I told them, hey, this is beginning a little suspicious, I want to let you know that I don't think you're stupid, and I think you know exactly what you're doing. And they're like, what do you mean I know exactly? I'm just asking questions and always being polite and cheering you on. Like, that's it. Like, you are doing it systematically. Not everyone arbitrarily asks tons and tons of things about controversial hot takes that no longer exist for someone like me. So you easily have profiled your way into asking and thinking that is acceptable, and somehow you think that I'm too stupid. Like, I don't think you're stupid, so I'm not going to treat you like you're stupid. Stop saying that I'm going to treat you like you're stupid. In fact, I've been playing along in order to see if we can reach a mutual understanding. The person's not around anymore, so I'm guessing they were there. I hope they got their entertainment, but I think they can use that with someone else and create entertainment. It's not entertaining for me to constantly say, I don't know, and then that person getting upset. It's like, don't say I don't know. Say you either agree or you don't. Like, I even told the person 2 days in, I told them, you do know that, have you noticed you have framed all your questions to the affirmative, as though you're trying to trap me into saying something that I don't mean. And then after I answer the question, you assert that I'm saying something because of the way I answer the question. That is entrapment. You are trying to get me to say things, and then you're feigning ignorance when I address it directly. That's the situation I was in. And again, the greatest answer I have is I don't know. I don't know if Bigfoot or Sasquatch exist. I don't know if a supplement can compensate for your lack of due diligence and repetition. Like in Limitless, I have actually by coincidence watched the movie Limitless, and that person said, "Do you believe that scientific supplements can replace human effort?" I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead. Like the list kept going on. Like I'm sure at some point we're gonna be talking about flat Earth, and then we're gonna be talking about vaccines, GMOs. They already asked about vegan diet, so they asked about vegan diet. So like, how obvious do you think? Like, and then I asked, I feel like there's a lack of mutual respect here, and they, at the very end, they're like, I don't understand. How am I not being respectful? I'm like, no. I respect that you have your motivations and whatnot, and it's not that you're hurting my pride or anything. I don't expect mutual respect, but you have got to be on something if you think that asking someone these questions, targeted questions, intentionally is a form of mutual respect when they constantly reply back that they're disinterested in these things. It's crazy. Like, I had to confirm originally if that person was underage. Like, I don't know, maybe Roblox kid hearing controversial hot takes and then they're reflecting it. But I think it's a very, very older gentleman that enjoys escalating and creating fun jokes or content. Like, even sometimes I'm not even sure if that person was joking to be funny. So it was very difficult for me. And that's, I know where it went. It's all available. It's I should really mark the time for that. Find someone who regularly drinks orange juice if they don't have cancer. Orange juice must prevent cancer. By the way, the person, like, hear me out. This is what he asked. So because of what you said, which I said, it's funny that you ask me constantly. One day he kept asking me, or this person kept asking me if I'm staying hydrated. And then I said, wow, that's interesting that you would bring up and assume that I drink diuretics. Assume diuretics, right? Assume diuretics. And yet you keep asking me, am I hydrated? And they're like, well, okay, so based on what you say, are you saying you don't recommend someone drink 4 cups of coffee every day? Agreed? And I'm like, I didn't say that. I said that the beverages that you're telling me that are important, or like you keep talking about, have diuretics in them. That is the assumption. This person's presumption is they think from that I would discourage someone. Yeah, they say agreed or do you agree in all of the questions. Most of the questions is inferring if I agree. And most of my responses are I don't know. But they sound agreeable, as in I know that I agree that there are people who believe this. But I don't know. I didn't think about it. And this person give you an example of the whole juice thing, okay? That person said, I was like, okay, well, I know that a cup of coffee has roughly 100 milligrams, or standardized 100 milligrams, and the FDA suggests 200 milligrams as a daily consumption tolerance, and I know that people typically now take on average 400 milligrams because of standardization upper limit allowance on like energy drinks and whatnot, and then they can possibly exceed that. So if you're talking about caffeine, they were talking about how I stay alert. Like, oh, so you must drink a lot of coffee and tea, right? Don't you take tea with? And my answer was, well, I don't drink coffee or tea 99% of the time. And they say, oh, then what do you drink? You don't like throw back beers every day. Agreed. And I'm like, I drink water. Like, it's funny that you mentioned 3 things with diuretics in them as a form of hydration, and somehow you circumvent water for the answer. That's what I mean. They're legitimately, intentionally, and consistently structuring hot takes in the form of misinterpreting and trying to entrap me into saying something. It gets those are like the benign ones. I mean, the vegan diet thing, pretty big. Alternative medicine, they did like 3 or 4 alternative medicine. Spiritualism, they talked about Easter. Apparently it's easier for an American, like they assumed that I'm American, like I'm completely Americanized, so they said, oh, that's too hard of a question, let's not talk about Taoism and Confucianism, let's talk about Easter. Like, do you believe what people believe in Easter? I'm like, I don't think about it, I don't know, can't really tell you. I know the practice of Easter, that's something I assume, but you're presuming a lot to think that I've normalized Easter somehow because I grew up in the United States. It kept going on, by the way. These are some tame ones. They're just the tip of the iceberg. And if it kept going, I don't know where it's going to end up. But at some point, I was like, okay, so we can keep doing this tit for tat thing and beating around the bush. But I think I have enough evidence that you are clearly an intelligent, intentional adult that is doing something so consistently that it removes the statistical likelihood that you're just doing this out of ignorance. And then to feign ignorance and then counter argue and assert things ahead of my answers, that is fishing. You are fishing for something. And I am going to exercise some mutual respect. I don't think you are stupid enough to think that I am that stupid. That's like that's the hot take. Like I tried to be forth. I didn't say those exact words. I was saying, let's stop playing this game per se. That would be the boiled down, distilled version. Let's stop playing this game. I think you are very intelligent, but please stop thinking that I'm that dumb. And that's all I wanted. And obviously the person said, like, I didn't do anything wrong. And I was like, certainly you think you didn't do anything wrong, but man, I don't think there's any other way around to interpret that. So you can go and check out the questions. It's forever immortalized on YouTube. So if anyone comes across that in some time, I'll be referring to these situations. Yeah, I told the type of responses I said, it was a YouTube chatter, so it's gonna be immortalized. Because on the YouTube live replays, they're going to be stored forever. On Twitch, you know, it rolls around because Twitch doesn't do storage. Yeah, you can answer those questions for yourself if you want. The idea is, I told them, there are lots of people that I've spoken to before in my life, and there are people who talk at me, and then there are people who talk with me, and I play along quite a lot, as agreeable as I can be, in a very direct way, to tell the person, it's like, I'm not, I hope you don't think I'm that stupid. Like, I feel, you know, I tell them when the jig's up, like, I find your intent very suspicious. Can you defend it? Like, if you can't, find someone that would provide you with more entertainment. But generally speaking, I define conversations as not talking at me and fishing for something versus talking with me. And that's Haven't seen the person yet, so maybe they'll lurk or whatnot. But the idea is, I prefer that person to find someone they're more likely to interact with, as opposed to spending their effort and time with me, right? I think there might be an appropriate person for them, or something that they can invest their energy into. Personally, there are far more ideal interactions than myself. So as opposed to creating an enemy, right? I don't like creating enemies, regardless of if we have conflict of interest or different languages. That person actually had the audacity to suggest that the way that person's acting was simply just a difference of mindset and a difference of speaking a different language. I'm not even entirely sure what they mean to this day of what they mean by we speak a different language. Yeah. Did they not look at your glasses before saying that? I actually did say that. I'm like, well, I don't know the solution because I wear glasses. Right? The assumption is I wear glasses. I mean, there's no fact. I mean, as far as I know, these glasses are not fake. But you would have to take my word for it because there's no way to confirm that if these glasses are real or not. As in, like, if there's prescription lenses in. Have I heard of the famous court case surrounding the health effects of smoking, in which someone used correlation to convince people that smoking does not have negative health benefits? He used the fact that storks migration correlated with birth rate to show that it's ridiculous to say that correlation between smoke is still... Yeah. Here's another thing, Procall. This is very real topic when it comes to smoking. Smoking's link with lung cancer, right? Smoking's link with lung cancer is due to a theorem, and I forgot what it's called, but it's when there is so much converging data that it is accepted as true. And the key word here is converging. Converging evidence, I guess. I said data, but converging evidence is that no, it wasn't demonstrated empirically that smoking literally led to lung cancer. That's like kind of finding the universal law for physics, right? Where you can literally prove the missing link issue with evolution or etc. But the idea is, for the longest time, you can lobby, like gravity, you can lobby on the premise that all of the converging evidence is correlational, and to this day it's still true. Now, however, there is a threshold that with sufficient converging evidence, people who study, or like of the body of people, would commonly accept it as true because it's insurmountable amount of converging evidence. You can probably find the essay that I'm referring to. There was a documentary or a couple of documentaries on how smoking was not, and smoking's link to lung cancer is still very difficult to empirically demonstrate. And the word empirically is kind of used as a thing to see, oh, can you show it to literally happen? And the answer is it's scarce. However, there's overwhelming converging evidence. There was let me see if I can find the theory very quickly. What theorem? Overwhelming converging evidence. Convergence of evidence. The concept of overwhelming converging evidence is more of a principle. Okay, it's a principle or a strong indication in scientific reasoning. Likelihood ratio convergence theorem, right? Or I'm relying on Gemini, so this could be there's some hallucination stuff, but there is an existing principle of scientific inquiry that when you provide a sufficient, it's still kind of arbitrary, a sufficient amount of converging evidence, it is accepted as true. And that can get hairy saying it that way all the time. So this is used in very extreme cases, because then it would validate arguments like that court case where you use correlational data and you can assert that it's sufficient. You can accumulate enough correlational data to convince anything. So it's a principle and slash theory that's used very loosely, largely because it's a double standard. The people trying to prove something is much more easily refuted than the people who are saying it's not. And this has been true for most of human history. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, this is the best learning strategy since sliced bread for Japanese, it is much more less effortful to refute that claim than to assert that claim. And that's kind of one of the banes of scientific and point of pride in scientific inquiry. When I publish something, I've done as much effort as I can to also refute my published data, as in it could be anything else, which is far more likely that it is what it is. And that's kind of like gravity and smoking and lung cancer. So it's kind of humorous to me when someone says they research a lot and they understand logical and scientific thinking, and they speak in a manner that tells me they clearly do not understand scientific inquiry. One of the biggest telltale signs is when someone asserts a fundamental absolute observation and think that is common sense. Like, for example, what goes up must come down. Like, well, yes, but are you saying it like duh, or are you saying it like, oh man, there's so much history in this, what goes up must go down? Like, think about all the things we had to do in order to appreciate that that conventional wisdom that on planet Earth, what goes up must come down. And I even had to qualify on Earth, on certain bodies, planetary bodies that have certain properties. Gravity, what goes up must come down. Like, that is the demonstration of like trivializing the laws and even theories and passing them off as like I don't know, assumptions, right? Assumptions. Not a bad or a good thing. It tells me that we obviously are cut from different cloths when it comes to our professional background. And it's usually the example that I use. When someone says, oh, this must be the healthiest thing you can do. It's like, hey, you're learning this wrong because this is the right way. Those are the things that I do feel are very common. And I try to be respectful about that. It doesn't change my thoughts. Like, I do share these thoughts. Like, my first thought is maybe I could challenge them, right? Like, what I mean by challenging them is asking them, why do you think this is the best method? How are you interacting with it? And can you give me an example of how it's working for you? Instead of finding out immediately that person's like, oh, that's just what people say. I'm like, what do you mean that's just what people say? Have you used it? Did you try it? Do you know more about it? Can you explain it to me? Because when I tell someone, in my opinion, personally, for integrity, when I tell someone that I usually do this, I can at least explain my interpretation and theory and expression behind it. not someone else's, that I pass off as my own, but taking their information, applying it, doing it, and comfortably sharing it. Now, if I was sharing someone else's information, I would say the same thing that most people say. Literally, not figuratively. I would say literally, I do not have experience of this. Therefore, I do not know anything on the topic. However, I have been familiar with someone else's content who explains this. Perhaps that would be a great starting point in seeking information about that, of which I do not have. I can even summarize the other person's topics for you if you have a mutual trust in my perspective. Now, keep in mind that it would be preferable that you hear my interpretation of that person's material if you're interested, and also be able to go and view that person's material so you can see either the consistencies or the lack of similarities, the compare and contrast between the two things. Taking one's word, especially a paraphrase of another person's work, which happens to probably be a paraphrasing of a lifetime of work, is not exercising due diligence. So the hot take here is whenever someone describes to me that they drop in after I spent like 6 hours talking about SRS, and then they drop in and say comprehensible input is the best method. I'm like, comprehensible input is a theory that's applied to many methods. And ironically, by sheer coincidence, not that I knew this, WaniKani and HanziHero applies comprehensible input, but not in the applies the theory of comprehensible input, not in the same way that they might imagine. Mnemonics is providing comprehensibility in the sense of abstraction. Why does it work, quote unquote, for people and they're surprised is because the mnemonics you have are comprehensible to you. So any form of abstraction, if it's comprehensible to you, you can link it within the context of your abstraction. And when other people talk about comprehensible input, they're talking about literal one-to-one analogies. They do not consider abstraction or creativity as a form of memory reinforcement, like drawing a picture of a woman, but instead, who would that woman likely be? It's likely your mother or your significant other. That is comprehensibility. Like, if you wanted to draw a ball, what kind of ball would you draw? There's some comprehensibility to it. And that involves the construction process. So, no, it's not the greatest way to deflate one's interest. I do not want to go out and do that. So, I'm not making light of someone's discovery. I ask them instead, why do you think that is the case? Why do you think comprehensible input is the best method? Like, let's presume that that is the case for you, right? And I'm assuming what you're telling me is true from you. Not true for everyone else, just true for you. And then I can understand you more, so I can talk in a relatable or similar way. That other person, it didn't matter what I said. They will continue to act in the same way that they're going to. So I found that it was more appropriate if I could guide or present an alternative. Perhaps they could grow and learn and find the answer to their their crazy number of questions with someone else. I even said you can probably find people who are into alternative medicine on Reddit or something like that. You can probably find answers. Why ask a person who clearly have expressed dissonance or conflict of interest? It's ironic that that person said we have different mindsets and speak a different language, and yet they don't believe that. They don't act as though they believe that. If you think that we both have different mindsets and different languages, a reasonable person would account for that. But that's not the awareness. They were going through the ropes. Like, what is another lack of emotional intelligence? You go up to someone and say, "Hey, you're doing a great job, Prokol. You're doing a great job." And then the next day, "You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Hey, you're working really hard. You're doing a great job." And then you could come back and say like, "Why do you keep saying that? Like, I barely did anything, and you're constantly saying that." And then my response would be something like, "Well, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm only saying good things." Like, what? You're constantly saying something. That's true. Like, I'm constantly saying something, but it has no contextual awareness of the other person. And you think that's not lacking mutual respect? You don't even respect the, like, there's things that I have low tolerance for certain things. And that's to perpetuate the emptiness of words. I think if there's anything that is a great mantra for what I'm doing now and this conversation we're having, is that words are very important to me. Words are encompass like 90% of interactions now, even typed words, not even spoken words, of ways people talk to each other. So if there's anything I would say is, man, the people on the internet and myself, we gotta up our game. And the first thing I would do is not to perpetuate the cheapness of words. And this person clearly demonstrated that to me, that they don't take responsibility for what they say or type online. And that's perfectly fine for other people. Not for myself. I drew the boundaries, right? I don't even know if that person's begrudging or not. But generally, letting it go on would be probably a very poor exercise in risk management. That's a metaphorical immovable wall if there ever was one. I'm surprised they didn't ask you to reveal the secrets of Genghis Khan's burial site. Honestly, I was kind of waiting for something like that. Or the origin of human ancestry. Like who came first? That could be one too. You're in awe you had the patience to keep that going for day. It was there. I was streaming. That person shows up. So it was interesting. I mean, I got a learning experience out of it, and I got a story to share with you. Right? That's kind of my go-to. If all else fails, make a story out of it. Yeah, you'll have to look at the past. Did he actually say, yeah, that boils my blood, like when people ask you to do something and say please and thank you before you actually answer whether you will do it or not? Yeah. There's a lot of gaslighting involved in it, or intentional, directed gaslighting. That's kind of like saying, have you ever watched law and like law related content, like a lawyer dramatization or something? Leading questions is the concept that I told that person earlier. You watch some of Suits? Okay, well, when you lead a question, it leads the person to believe, like it leads an audience, jurors or anyone who watches the video, that this person believes in certain things by phrasing questions in a way that affects or influences the way they respond. And then when they can't get that, they remove deniability, right? They remove deniability by saying, oh, well, we clearly know you know something about this, so you can't say I don't know. In this case, they can't possibly know that. It can't, usually in the court of law, leading questions are objectionable. So there would be an objection to, an objection, a sustained objection to leading questions. Would you say that there was an aspect of maliciousness in that? I think it might be more of an entertaining factor. Like, how far can this random YouTube streamer or someone handle my shenanigans or something? I might even think that this person clearly
was putting up a front or something, and I wouldn't have mind that if they were gonna challenge me openly. Like, what I mean is, hey, Maku, I'm gonna ask you a bunch of things. We're just gonna play our roles, right? And then that's for content. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? That would have been a great way to go about it. It's like, if you like doing that, I'm all game. Let's do it. But instead, this person continuously attempted to feign ignorance, and that is different. That is misleading, but I don't think it's malicious. It's very difficult to confirm malicious intent, especially the way the internet is now. It's very difficult to malicious intent is so difficult. I would not, like, some part of me do not want to ascribe people to maliciousness, but more to boredom. I would be more willing to jump to boredom versus maliciousness. Exploration out of boredom. So you did that because of this reason type of question. Yes. So, Prokal, you mentioned you were British. So as British person, you must hate Americans. Agreed? That's the type of phrasing that that person was using. Despite you talking to me, which I happen to be an American, so despite that, it's kind of like asking a person who wears glasses that they know the secret to naturally healing the eyes to not wear glasses. Regardless of the context or the objectionable opinion of everybody else, you still ask a leading question to get the person to entrap themselves. And that was all of the questions. In fact, I even brought it up on day 2, and the questions continue to be framed in that way. So naturally, then I'm like, yeah, we have a problem. But it's not, and here's the kicker. That person suggested, they played the victim card and suggested that I was offended, so I'm emotionally acting out against this person while I'm systematically explaining to them how we have a conflict of interest here. You can't get any more, like, obvious than that. Very classical defense mechanisms. Like, it's to the point where how exact it was makes me think that this person is more doing a social experiment. As in my really crazy maniacal form of mania, it's so stereotypical how this person go about their business that I actually think they were experimenting. Like, they were doing something structurally, as in, like, intentionally, not in a malicious way, but in a more of experimental way. Like, it is to the T how they defended themselves, how they used victim blaming, and then how they executed gaslighting strategies, and then circumventing responses that are clearly responses they would expect. So they would ask a question, eliminating very high statistical responses in order to pigeonhole me into responding a certain way. So it was incredibly classical, to the point where it couldn't be someone that's underaged. It cannot be someone who's like have a high school, like only high school experiences. It's got to be an older person. Now, if a kid did that, I'm a little scared. I would be a little concerned. But generally speaking, I think it was a clear adult that knew exactly what they're doing. It's incredibly orchestrated. So oftentimes there's enough courtesy to say, yeah, okay, the fun's over. Jig's up. Like, well, the jig was up really, really early on. I just happened to see how far it would go. Even if there is an objection, just them asking a question that way can affect the view of the jury a lot, which is annoying. Exactly. Leading questions are very, very, cautious. especially in interviews, right? That's why I feel that there are certain times when I listen to a lot of podcasts and interviews, watch interviews, people talking about their interviews, and then the interviewee. That's what I like to do. I like asking people questions and whatnot. So it could be a hyper attentiveness to it. However, that type of thing, that doesn't fly with me. One of the worst things is that when answering those questions, it's nearly impossible to start the answer from a neutral position and then build up for that. From that, it's difficult to even get a position because your position is already primed by the other people. Like you don't even you don't even aim for a neutral position. The position is already provided for you from outside yourself. Like how the person prefaced by saying, as an authority on linguistics and science. I'm like, I didn't say I was an authority on linguistics and science. That was the first thing I said. Because that is terrifying. Like, where did you get this? So instead, I would have to make a disclaimer. It's like, I did not claim that I was an authority on language learning or science or inquiry or nutrition. If I given that impression, I apologize. That's the first thing you can do, right? You don't have control over what other people think. So may I rectify something? I am not an authority. So if you do believe that I am an authority, that is erroneous. I will proceed to answer your question on the acceptance that you understand that you are making an assumption about me, and I would like to correct it. Kind of like how you're assuming I'm an American, and therefore understanding Easter is easier for me. That is an assumption. You phrased your question in the form of an assumption, not a presumption. You did something a toddler can do. Well done. Then when you bring the condescending tone to the commendation, what am I doing wrong? I was congratulating you. That's insane. Yeah. Nailed it, Brokaw. That's exactly the defense mechanism that they employed. Now, I'm not even sure if they were doing it because they wanted to do a social experiment. It's so calculated, in my opinion. It's so difficult to ignore how calculated it is. You know, it's like someone putting up a trap in front of you and behind you, then saying, "You agree that going forward is the best move, right?" Yes. And hopefully, that person finds a better use for their time. I don't know. All right. Yeah. So you get the point now. Like, there's no denying that you're familiar with this. Well, that was the last, like, not yesterday, but the day before, the last 3 days with this particular person. It started raising a bunch of red flags that I don't want to continue entertaining. So I had to politely, or at least I thought I was trying to be polite, and say, you can probably find another streamer who will probably give you a lot more entertainment for whatever you're doing. When I say I don't know, I don't say that to dismiss people. I genuinely don't know. If I do know about something, you're going to see graphs, circles, diagramming. I try to answer things to the best of my ability. Tentatively to the best of my ability. When I say I don't know, it's not trivial. So don't gaslight me into thinking that I'm dismissing something because I want to. I say I don't know out of obligation, of personal integrity. I don't say I don't know out of trivialization and avoidant behavior. If you talk to me for 3 straight days, I think you should rationally know that. When I say I don't know, it's not cheap. It's very, very anxiety inducing mania. I don't like telling people I don't know, but I choose to say I don't know because of personal integrity. There's a quick little question as we've come to a good stopping point in this conversation. Have you seen the new Hearthstone Battleground season is coming out tomorrow? It looks very exciting from the new cards reveal. I have not yet. Did they reveal it today? Yeah, I was beginning to wonder when the new season is coming out. Yesterday, I played for... I do Battlegrounds every day, so... The question was, do you look at the reveal for the upcoming season, or do you like to play with... I just go in. Yeah, I just go in. Trinket season again? Okay. Trinket season is borked as heck that last time, so I'm looking forward to how they... Yeah, I go in vanilla. Most of the time I go in vanilla. Unless it's a game that I don't actively play, I watch other people play instead. Like Souls games, I watch other people play Souls games. But since I do Hearthstone Battlegrounds on a daily basis, we'll see. We'll talk about it later. You know, in the next couple days, we can talk about it. Yeah. Thanks for the little question. I didn't know. That's a great spoiler for today. I'm looking forward to it. There's a new mechanic that's making it so you can buff the stats of tavern spells that give stats. Oh, yeah, that's an untapped resources. Oh, wait, but wait, did they also hear me out? I also was curious if they can upgrade tavern spells. Imagine upgrading tavern spells, like not like in the form of stats, but like it would be kind of cool if they had like, okay, your next you like buy a tavern spell, and your next tavern spell it becomes a choose or something. Oh man, there's so many things they can do, but that's cool that now you can further manipulate tavern spell. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if you can that applies to all that's like to tavern spells that get multiple procs. So like end of turn tavern spells. Oh my gosh, that's like multiplicative now. Intriguing. We'll see how borked the game becomes again. Battlegrounds is such bork. I think trinket seasons are, or there had only been one season so far, but I think the trinket setup is borked. It's so borked, which is a lot of fun. Unpopular opinion, possibly. If I'm gonna lose, sometimes in Battlegrounds, someone slamming me for 9,000, it's absolutely hilarious. If you're not used to that in Battleground, like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I think you might want to stick to something like, I don't know, Magic Arena or something. But in Battlegrounds, sometimes, what do you mean slamming you for 9,000? No, I'm saying like, you know, when you're playing Overwatch, for example, Proco, I think you play Overwatch. You know how like getting steamrolled, you either steamroll or get steamrolled can be boring to people because it's unengaging, you're not improving, and you like competitive close matches, and those are great. But I also don't mind in Battlegrounds, right? When someone like OTKs me completely, where like their whole band is still standing and I did nothing to them, because it is an experience that you're like, wait, so how did they do that? And to me, that's kind of one of the things about Battlegrounds. Like sometimes when you get completely humbled by another opponent, your only thought, at least in my opinion, my only thought is, oh, they got lucky. I'm like, no, they can't be that lucky. There's a difference between, oh, this person got lucky, you know, edged out a win, or like I got unlucky situation. But when someone slams you for like an unheard of amount, you're like, oh, something's up. I want to know. I want to know how this person. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about when I say it's an unpopular opinion. I don't think people like getting knowledge checked, but I'm a fan of getting knowledge checked, especially in rotating card games. Getting knowledge checked is such a humbling experience. Like, how the heck did this guy just slap me so hard? Like, yeah, I got more things to learn. You know the tavern spell, give your minion +1/+1. That definitely is one to keep an eye on. Ah, yeah, the cheap one, the one costing, or is it two costing? Two costing +1/+1 to your entire. Yeah. I wonder if there's hand effects. I'm obviously I'll find out soon. You don't have to tell me, but it would be, leaving tavern spells in your hand and hand buffing the tavern spells. That can be a thing too. I mean, they could do even crazier things like Murlocs buffing tavern spell hands or demons because they have some sort of hand stuff where if a tavern spell stays in your hand, they already have some mechanics around that where the longer the tavern spell stays in your hand, the more it gets buffed, and then it plays off where how many tavern spells are in your hand at any time, apply that buff. Yeah, so that is pretty neat, I think. Yeah, and you're in awe when you come across someone having an insane good. I got humbled yesterday. That's all I remember. I'm like, it was what was it? So the anomaly happened. The anomaly is evolving scroll. So at the beginning of every turn, you get a scroll, and it goes up a tier at the beginning of your turn, right? And then it chooses a random spell. And my thought was, oh my gosh, there's too many spells. Like, where do I stop? Do I do 6? So I went with the 6th thing. I went for, I only use my spells as contingency counterplays. So my whole hand was played off spells. And meanwhile, I'm like, okay, I'm okay. I'm still okay for the next 2 turns. And suddenly the guy at the top, they had like 6 T7s in a non T7 game. I'm like, what the, how, what? And the only difference between everyone was the tavern spells. Like, what tavern spell? Like, what? Yeah, you always just pray that the T6 is wisdom ball. Yeah. I got 2 wisdom balls, and I'm like, oh, okay. But this guy, like, I was still developing. I was on T4, by the way. I was on T4, and this guy had like, I saw them develop once. They had 1 T7 and 4 6s. The first time I met the person, while my tavern was still at T4. I'm like, I don't understand how this works. Then you get it and it refreshes to 7 T1s menu. Oh yeah, dude. I swear the wisdom ball. Like here this is what happened in that game. I got 2 wisdom balls and I had a mix ban. So instead, of course, the wisdom ball picked the one minion type that I had one of across my warband. Gave me a whole copy. Either they're all the same copy of that one Murloc I have, and I have a full board of undeads, and they pick the Murloc, or they offer me all Murlocs, random Murlocs. And I'm like, I'm done. But it's not before I bumped into that guy again with like 6 T7s and one T6, and I'm like, I don't understand. And you know, it's not even like a T7 as in T7s. Having a full board of T7s is like saying you have a mixed minion type, because generally repeated T7s are terrible. Like if you repeat the same minion type, like tribal between T7s is awful. Like you don't use that. So this guy has 6 T7s and I can't even process what it's doing. Like I tried to take a screenshot, but I didn't get enough time. Like, I don't understand why these 6 T7s work. Like, I don't understand, like, why those tier 7s. And then that random 6. Like, I didn't understand how it works. So that guy humbled me like crazy. Like, I don't know what's going on. They clearly know how it works, and I don't understand. I don't even know how they got to T7 while I'm still on tier 4. Nothing beats the feeling of getting the refresh that's a copy of your warband when you have 3 pairs. Oh yes, is power play. Although there is something to be said about having the golden brand golden brand into a pirate build, and you just keep playing. Like, you're never gonna get through your gold, so you just keep playing. Like, it's just buy, refresh, buy, refresh, buy, refresh, buy, refresh, and then you end the round with more gold than you started. I'm like, okay, well, that's the golden brand for you, especially with Pirate Marauder still in play, right? I buy one Pirate Marauder, it pays itself off over and over again, and then you constantly trigger what's his name, the Drifter. Jeff recently had a game where he upgraded his max gold to 99 on turn 8. I can imagine that. Okay, that's enough nerding out about Hearthstone. Alright. I do... Now we're getting back. Thanks for the Hearthstone chatter. Heckin' 99 on turn 8. There's not enough APM for that, okay? There's not enough APM. I don't work that fast. Like, I tried sometimes. APM game is a young person's game. Too fast for me. Who said Hearthstone couldn't be like a first person shooter? All right. Good times. Yeah, those darn animation times always make it impossible to use all your gold. I know, right? Heckin' animation times. That's when the CSGO life, you know, back in CS Source life comes in. Eliminate all animation. You know, you're gonna go play a game of Battlegrounds or you get back to say, alright. Thanks for sharing. It was a pleasure catching up again.
Yoi.
Oops.
Kurushimu.
Kurushimu. What? To be Kurushimu. The sped up combat was a very... Oh, yes. The sped up Yeah. The sped up combat, yeah. Yeah, that word is to, like, to hurt, to suffer. Yep. Did I type the wrong thing? No, I didn't. Let's see. I'm attaching my energy to notice. What? That's to notice or to realize, right? Oh. I was typing.
気づく
Izuku. I was typing not the right kana. I'm like, what the heck's going on?
Naru.
Naru. Heck. Heck. Keep getting shorter. What happens is it keeps getting shorter. Oh. Heck.
戦争
And so.
意味
Mimi. Oh. Oh, this is the gathering thing.
集まる
Natsumaru. What? Tori. Dasu. Oh,
取り出す。
toridasu.
Iken.
And what was this? Seeing the meaning? 意見はありますか？このプランについて idea can see idea. It's still a week or idea. Opinion. What do you think of tweet of this brand? What do you think of using brand? Are there opinions? What do you think? What do you think of using this brand? What are your opinions about this brand? Of using this brand? And idea. That's still a little weak. Okay. Brand? No, not that brand. Shush. Shush, not that brand. Although, that is a funny pun that you could do, though, from that sentence. They could be referring to Buran, because Buran would probably still be Buran. That's kind of funny. No, this isn't special enough to be We need a different word for this. Oops.
命
Inochi. Inochi.
中級
UQ. Oh. Typos galore. The battle. What are we battling?
戦い
Tatakai.
運転手
Intenchi.
青空
Aozora. What? Sky blue is it's fine.
時々
Okie dokie. Did this change? No. Mukashi.
昔
Compete? What are we competing for? How does one compete? There are many forms of comparison, but oh, soap. We're competing for soap. That's right.
基礎
Iso. That's right. Iso. Ne?
分
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
顔文字
Almost.
Okoru
Okoru.
Korobu
Korobu. Having a good chat before doing reviews really loosen up the memory juices, you know? Really loosens up the memory juices. Oh. Hmm. Skin. Oh, right.
波
Nami, yeah. The juice. Oh. Maybe not this loose. Uh,
人里
Itozato. Hitozato. Maybe like full in town. Oh, I already typed that. Hometown people? They're like, I know this is something. But Hitozato. Okay, この道は Hitozato ni. And oh, I know what this is. It's a really weird phrase. What is it? It's like human habitation. In other words, the community or the residents, or like it's a collective. It's a way to say a collective of a local human habitation, like civilization or community. That context sentence though. Like, oh, okay. Yep. Not kenmono, right? Oh, kenbutsu.
見物
Sounds like it would be used when we colonize Mars. I know, right? Let's go establish some human habitation. I.e., let's go establish a colony. Let's colonize human habitation. I wonder if colony is an alternative. That's kind of funny.
神社
Ninja. Jeez. Okay. Gee Willikers.
共同
Yodo.
売り切れ
Urikire.
姉
Ane.
落ち葉
Ochiba.
はじめに
Hajime.
父親
Chuchioya. I almost defaulted to Chinese just now. Ooh.
Otosu 落とす
Otosu. Ah,
落ち
Ochi. I mean, Ochi, I guess, what's another way to conclusion? idea.
Chui.
Chewy. Pour your ideas. How do I pour the ideas? Pour the idea. Let's see. 今日先生に注意されちゃったよ。Not quite idea, or it's not quite orders. It's more like caution, right? Caution, attention, warning. I have to go through the routine for war constantly.
Saksen.
Fix. Ano? Ano? Uh-oh. Go or what was the other one? Choku. This one's definitely let's see. We have correct plus fix. Correct plus fix. It's not a verb. It reminds me of to evaluate, but correct fix is like, if it's correct or fix, it's this one is special. That's why. I'm pretty sure this one is the special one. So correct fix. It's backwards here. It's honest. Because you're being honest that the shogun is weird when he goes around saying chiki chiki. Oh my gosh, this one's shojiki. Shojiki. Honest. Or honestly. Yeah, that's a weak one. That's a special.
Iikata. Uriage.
Is this still Byo? Yeah, it's the second.
Byo.
Mukashi banashi.
乗り場
Noriba. Shinki no shinpai koto.
心配事
終える
Oeru. Why did the S sound so loud? Oeru. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
考え方
Angai kata.
ちょうどいい
Odoi. Odoi. Mm.
不良
Furio.
育つ
So that's I'm like, to grow up, there's another grow, but to grow up, do I want the up? Man,
始まる
Hajimaru.
Kyujitsu
Jujutsu.
Toreru
Toreru. What? Wait, toreru. Oh. To be sold? How do you wait. Take? Botan ga torechatta. How do I phrase this? Reru is this is kind of weak. Largely because it's a verb, and this type of format is terrible in my opinion with predicates. No grouping, no like, gotta do it outside. So toru would be take. I guess we can write toreru because we already know by default that's what it sounds like. And making, I mean, it could be anything, a button. You can do anything to a button. Not just take. Like attach? I don't think toreru can be. I think toreru can be used as a form of attach. Yeah, so toru should be take. We have to pick out toridasu, or to take out. There's also to receive something, which is uketoru. This is something really different. I think it's to come out. I don't know why or how. Come out? Yeah, this is recent. Or, oh, it's not to come out. To come off. Oh, to remove. Okay, to remove, to fall off. Now, how does that work? Of course, there's nothing about it. That's why it's so nothing. You just randomly come off. Okay. Fall off. Yeah, that one's weak. Along with kayo from yesterday. Something I can use is rare. Reru. Oh no, but that's like kind of like raru as well. Reru. For rare? Reru. I could do something with re. Ore. Torn. I could say like torn off. Toreru. Ore and ruin. Torn, ruin. To come off. I can use that. That's probably a lot straight to the point. What the heck is this? Sun. Ease. So wait. I gotta make sure. This is place. Or is it not? Well, I know it's you. How do I know it's you? Guessing that. On the right.
Kurushimeru.
Urushimeru. To hurt someone, I guess, is what they want, to hurt someone. I keep thinking of it the other way, from not the speaker perspective. Oops.
Arata.
Arata. What the heck is the Ada part? What do you got for Ada? A raw steak? Oh yeah, that's why that's not memorable. Raw steak. We don't need it. Okay.
Onyomi.
Onyomi. Oh, I can't write that. Onyomi is onyomi. Onyomi is onyomi. What the heck? I pressed enter too quickly. Extinguish.
神道
Into.
悪
Aku. 'Heck. Heck. Come to me faster. Oops.
電波
Denpa.
妹
Imoto. 'Wait, wait, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. This is, oh, wait. Oh, no. No?
文字通り
Oh, yeah. I missed I mistyped. Mojidori. Wait, that's rote memory. That's just rote memory. Let's go with rote memory on that one. Not even concerned.
聞こえる
Koiru. Oh my gosh, that typo.
心持ち
Kokoromochi.
集まり
Atsumari.
共有
Kyoyu.
水泳
Tsuie. No.
受付
Uketsuki. Ooh, this one's sort of right, sort of weird. Or is it? Oh no, it's not. Well, it's kind of. Oh,
屋上
no, no, it's fine. Okujo.
Shakai.
Okay. Inpai suru.
心配する
Shinpai suru. Uh-oh.
書く
Kaku. That one's fine. uh,
言葉
言葉。
移す。
移す。
大学生
大学生。
戦車。
戦車。A tank. You don't like it.
鳴き声
鳴き声。鳴き声。
用意
用意。Ask idea. Right? もしもののために。Oh, not this again. What was this one? やんとるとライダー。That's lighter. Oh, I had this before. I stopped on the same thing. What the heck is kyantoru again? Candle. Candle and light. Candle and light use idea. Candle and light use idea. Or task ID. Is yoi. Preparation. How do you go about this? How do you get when you have an idea for a task, you're in preparation for actually doing it? Oh, okay, that's fair enough. I think that's okay. We'll go with that.
使い方。
使い方。 how to use. That's fine.
運
Luck.
神
Honey. Whoops. Goku. Right.
追う
Oh.
集中する
Suru. What? Oh.
運命
Unme.
金持ち
Anemochi.
負け犬
Makeinu.
終わり
Owari.
高級
Oh, cute.
命令
Mere.
要求する
Yoku suru.
公共
Kokyo.
3番目
3番目.
乗り物
Norinomono. What? Wait. Definitely Ningo. Wait. You won your game of Hearth? Nice. No, that's not Ningen. Ningyo. Why do I want to say
Ningyo.
Ningyo? It's Ningyo for doll, but how do they go about the gyo? Is it just because it's... We have 2 onyomis for Nin, and then the reading is a bit of an oddball. Okay, it's just special. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we know it's doll, so...
話し方
Anashikata. Okay. Nani? Wait.
Yasuri
Yasuri. Discount. No. Yes? No? Yes? No? Yakten.
弱点 本物
Omono. Live thing? Serious thing? Important thing? Main thing? Maine? It's all, it's kind of all of those. No, wait. Real thing? Are they looking for real? Real deal? Real thing? Jeez. Genuine article, real thing. That's fine, I guess. I mean, I'm gonna take serious thing as well. Probably serious thing as well for all those. I think that's a little bit too much of a flex. Or the others are too much of a little flex. Too much flex.
Ichidai.
Ichidai. Whoa, lifetime. This one's special. Lifetime. Ichidai. It's a little bit of a flex on the getting to it. It's fine.
Daiji.
Daiji.
New show.
Yusho. Temperature. What say you? Warm. How do you warm this up?
Nomimono.
Katsuyo-kei.
I was very suspicious about that one. Katsuyoke. The heck? Lively use form. Katsuyoke. Tatsu. That says Tatsu. Tatsu no Katsuyoke ga wakarimasen. I don't understand. Oh, the conjugated form. Nice. The conjugated form of Tatsu. That context sentence, though. Such a crutch. That's a bit of a crutch right there. I'm like, lively use form. What the heck? The power of context. Battlefield.
Senjou.
Senjo.
Naru.
Naru.
Kakigori.
Igori. One of the OGs.
競争
Also. Oops. What?
売り手
Ite. What the? Fine. Ite. Oh. I think it's. What? Hold.
以前
Eason. So. It's in front, so it's after. What? Before? I mean. It's so many of these things. Which one do you want? Previously? Before, previously? Okay. I typed recent, which is still previously, but... Nah, it's okay. That's the really big semantics.
誰か
Kareka. Oh boy. Nabore. Oh my jeez. Napoleon. Sanse.
ナポレオン三世
Uh. Nope. It's different. How's this different?
親分
Oyabun. Ooh.
共通点
Yotsuten. Yotsuten. Common point.
"終電
Juden.
母親
Ahaoya. The heck? Oh. Atachi.
形
Atachi.
「生物学
Seibutsukaku. Biology.
直す
Naosu.
帰る、
帰る。Hmm. Oh. Oh.
物質、
物質。
買い物、
買い物。Nope. Oh no. Special. Blood. How does blood work? Oh, I know. It's cheese.
血、
E-首。
足首、
足首。
初級、
初級。
教育、
教育。Ooh. Pretty sure that's she. And then two separate words, right? No. Yes. Sort of. No. This is special.
仕返し、
仕返し。Revenge.
保持する、
保持する。決定。決定。決定する。
決定する、
決定する。
意外、
意外。Kind of a dingus. あなた、妹と、no. 弟と妹がいるの？ Oh, right. 意外でね。Unexpected. Uh,
苦手、
苦手。The heck? Oh. Whoops. What? Oh. What? Wait. What's going on here?
買って、
I think I forgot the to. But it. 買って What the heck? It is... Okay, there's a bunch of synonyms. This has to be a synonym issue. What could it mean then? Kate. Did I type all of these? Kate. Maybe like I'm really stretching. I'm really scraping the barrel. This is definitely a synonym issue. But let me think if I can figure out what word phrasing. Oh, no. This is more elaborate than that. Wait. Honto kate da yo ne. It's one as one pleases. If you're the winner, you're as one or as one pleases, yeah. One's own convenience, one's way, one's way. We're gonna add some more things. Selfish, probably. One's convenience. Without due consideration, yeah, selfish. Groundless assumption. I see the think. Groundless. Selfish. Don't say whatever you want. Yeah, this one, it's okay. It's new, but that's a bit of a stretch. Maybe we'll write that. It took too long. So win plus hand. More like win plus person. Is the flex here. Win plus person. Got it, which is special as well. As one. Just gonna write. As one please. That's 3. That's not too bad. We're right near the end. Sake no.
酒飲み
Oh, I know we got 18 from. Yeah, it's past 8. Compare? What are we comparing? Compare? Oh, is it
比べる
比べる? That's acceptable. Don't even at me. Okay.
Shigoto.
Shigoto. Oh, which one is this? Which one are you? In terms of meaning, which one are you?
試す
Oh, it's to attempt. Nyugaku. Nyugaku. 試験。
入学試験
入学試験。Oh, which one are you?
欠かす
Akasu. It's a Sue. Or Nani kore? Let's see. 毎日の生活にヨガは to be without or to do without. Context. So good. If anything, SRS is a crutch. Or SRS isn't a crutch. Context is a crutch. The moment you read the context sentence, like, oh, okay. It's good, you know. It's nice to know that we can always default to reading sentences and paragraphs and watching movies and journals and video games in the long run. So, it's all good. When you're starting on my LLMs, I think we're pushing it back. We're pushing it back another month. It was supposed to be June. It was originally May. And this month, I ended up doing So to Speak. Right? So to Speak, cleaning up tiny folks. And also, I had to do my 100-day review stuff this week. But now I'm pushing it off again. Because something came up. Something came up at the end of this month. Last month, So to Speak came up. And in this month, the game that I was keeping my eye on has changed the landscape once again, and it's a rare opportunity. So I'm gonna play Clear Obscure Expedition 33 for May in French, because I don't have there are many series that's outside of English, Japanese, and sort of Chinese. Not really, because Black Myth Wukong doesn't really. It's loosely can qualify, but I can't actually stream Black Myth Wukong in the same way that I would be allowed to. But and Black Myth Wukong is also another indie first time IP, but the French developer, I don't even know their names yet, so I have to prepare something soon for that's gonna be our thing. We're gonna listen to French. I haven't played a French game in so long. That's kind of nice. I'm still looking for a Spanish game at some point. Maybe there's gonna be another indie developer. It's like, yeah, we're gonna do Spanish. But for now, I think we're gonna have to push it off to July now. These things happen. I've already anticipated that these things happen. But the LLM stuff is gonna come. It's gonna happen eventually, provided that there's no like hit foreign language series, AA indie title, first debuted developers that shock the industry again situation, if you know what I mean. I think the Spanish thing, we're probably gonna ultimately play like Baldur's Gate or something, like BG3 or something. I was told there were multiple, like Schedule 1. Schedule 1 doesn't have any. Schedule 1 doesn't have a. Does it? Let me see. Oh, you mean like the single dev thing? Schedule 1 is like single dev thing. Throwing off the market? Yeah, I mean, I don't think Schedule 1 threw off the industry though. Schedule 1 is the indie darling. Like that Stardew Valley thing. It doesn't throw off the market. It creates a market. So it's kind of like Stardew Valley, Undertale, and whatnot. Single devs creating darlings. Clear Obscure is a JRPG inspired thing. So in the mythos of Final Fantasies rekindling and what is rekindling and my Like a Dragon rekindling and stuff, like active turn-based hybrids with existential crisis stories and fiction and science fiction. Like a Dragon falls off there, but Final Fantasy and then mixed with like aesthetics of picturesque things. That's what Clear Obscure did. Schedule 1 is more like indie darling. No one asked for this. No one asked for this, but I did it. It's amazing. That kind of thing. And then the last thing is language. We have to link it with language. So Clear Obscure is double dubbed. Its American cast is incredible too. Like Andy Serkis plays one of the characters. So I've heard. I don't know which character. But I think Andy Serkis plays the lead character in the English cast. So it's like a Dragon. I mean, Matt Mercer played Majima. So we're gonna. It's one of those games I would play both, right? So it's a very, very specific reason. Very specific reason. So I wouldn't make I can't overlook that. Being that I have an interest in language quite a lot. And I wanted to show that in a way that I can show it. Because I do watch shows in different languages on a normal basis. Like, I'm fairly agnostic to what language, like the politics and the comparisons of language. I hear sounds first. I think language has different sounds. So I don't necessarily have to comprehend French to enjoy French, that kind of thing. As opposed to many other people who typically chooses programming based on the way they comprehend the language. Like, oh yeah, I don't really get much out of this because I can't understand language, that type of thing. But yeah, it's been a while. You'll never enjoy anything surrounding French. Well, this won't be of interest to you then. So does that mean you don't like Arcane? Unless you're talking about the language itself, then that's fair game. But Arcane is a French studio. If you like the animation. League of Legends Arcane? Yeah, it's a French studio. That like design language, the animation design language is French. That's why Clear Obscure looks a very specific way as well. And I really like that stuff. If you look at like indie games that come from smaller French studios, they're often incredibly painterly as well. Maybe not to the level of 3D rendering, right? 3D rendering, but there are some that get the backing of higher production. As I always said, French is a beautiful country, just a shame it's full of the French protocol. I'll let you know when I find an Irish game or something like a down regional British game. You're currently watching Devil May Cry? I see. I don't know what which, by the way, Devil May Cry also has aesthetics that are grounded in French architecture as well, along with like, British architecture and stuff. You can see by the themes in Devil May Cry. Not all the Devil May Cry things, but a lot of it. When a potato simulator comes out, you can bet the house I'll be there. Wait, of potato farming. There's plenty of potato farming. What are you talking about? I mean, adjacent. Potato farming's part of it. A Devil May Cry, some of it's gonna look like Devil May Cry, actually. Clear Obscure is a great combination of stuff. But mainly, the exception that I'm making is because it's in French. And I can play in 2 different languages, side by side. I might consider learning French, I don't know. But it's a celebration. I love multinational video games. I absolutely love when other people make interpretations of their own, like projection of their own culture. I have watched Money Heist. Yeah, actually we talked about that. I think, did we or Gecko talked about it? I think we talked about it because I showed that piece of artwork. That was one of the prompts was Money Heist. I took the mask of Money Heist. I'm not sure if it's you and me. It might be Procall. Not Procall. It might be Gecko and me when we're talking about Money Heist because he's learning French. So it's probably Gecko. Gecko and I already talked about Money Heist. Not in a sense of French specifically, but it came off of Lupin, the show, the Netflix Lupin in French. Yeah. It was definitely Gecko. I don't want to admit you have a crap memory. Yeah, like Lupin is a very great is an excellent show dealing with a very famous, like, sort of mythical French tale, you know, of the greatest thief, or one of the greatest thieves. But yeah, it may have been that you talked about it with. Yeah, I brought it up a couple of times, but it's a special exception. I love when, like, this, by the way, this is a AA title, or even less than that. It's their first time. It's published by an indie publisher. So there are quite a lot of few indie publishers now where their idea is to create a collage of indie devs debuted IPs, like Team 17 and Annapurna. Annapurna is probably the biggest publisher of indies, and this one is, I think it's Kepler. It's probably Kepler. And then there's like Devolver and whatnot. So they've been, those type of publishers have been putting some iron on to reaching for that AA release. Random tangent, but your dad hates when people say they're talking with each other instead of talking to each other. I'll have to check those publishers. Yeah. I like, you know, I'm still waiting on Thunderfall next game, but I think Annapurna, anything from Annapurna it's one of those, how do I define these publishers? These publishers, they look for indie of a specific nature, and Annapurna is a great example. Their collection is a collection of like artsy fartsy games. So like Annapurna published Outer Wilds, Stray, recently Wonder Shop, right? Wonder Shop. I love Edith Finch. Like, not that, that's not the title, but What Remains of Edith Finch. I really love that game. Journey, Cocoon, Gora Gora, like Solar Ash, like 12 minutes, dude. Annapurna is, it's Anna, so Annapurna. So there are quite a lot of other indie publishers, and they're publishers that they try to collect a specific type of projects to represent their brand. And this group, like, when they see a project that they want, and then you're like, oh, why is this in the front of Games Awards? And then immediately it's probably going to say Annapurna. Like, they they pick up lots of games I like, but in this case, it's not Annapurna this time. Clair Obscure was picked up by Kepler, I think. Kepler Publishing, I think. Hold up, let me actually see. I'm starting to do some background stuff, so to get ready for starting the new project in less than 2 days because May is around the corner. Yeah, it's Kepler Interactive is the publisher. What do I know from Kepler? Oh, I know how I know Kepler, and this is a closet playing. Before I streamed everything, I played a game called Cat Quest, and then I played Cat Quest 2, and I haven't played Cat Quest 3 yet, but they published the Cat Quest people. It's like really, really low, minimalistic. Like it's a cat ARPG. That's all it is. It's like a small little cute cat ARPG. So I played Cat Quest 1 and 2. That's how I know Kepler Publishing. I think this developer only makes Cat Quest. They're called the Gentle Bros. The developer is called the Gentle Bros. And they make these Cat Quest games. Oh, and Kepler published Sifu. So the last really big title that Kepler Interactive picked up were the Sifu developers. And they also published Scorn, right? So you can kind of see what type. And Pacific Drive. I really like watching people play Pacific Drive. I haven't played. And Ticha, I think that's how you pronounce it. Ticha looked great. Flintlock kind of fell flat a little bit. And then Windblown is, yeah, it's kind of, it's supposed to be from the people from Dead Cell. So they ended up collaborating and publishing one of crafters of Dead Cell, Windblown, which is a multiplayer game. So those are the recent stuff. And then very, very recently was Bionic Bay and Clair Obscure. So they're kind of going for artsy things too, right? Lots of these indie publishers, their publishing name comes up a lot because they're trying to get like a collective project that deals with specific themes. And I think Annapurna, they land so hard. Like I would say 7 out of 10 games are indie games that make a splash, and that's crazy. Their track record is huge. But instead, this time though, Kepler is in the forefront. Kepler's got it this year. So I can't overlook something like that. When language appreciation, cultural appreciation meets gaming, meets everything, we gotta make some time for that. And I already mentioned that. Like I give most things to that. The reason why is these things don't come along very much. Yeah, it's supposed to be. The scientists, Kepler Interactive, I imagine was inspired by that, or maybe like, yeah, like the program, like the space program. I'm sure that's where they got it. If I look at their logo, let's look at Kepler's logo. Yeah. It's based in London and Singapore, so one of its HQ is in London. Yeah, their HQ is in London, so there you go. Yeah, their very first game they published was Sifu, by the way. And because of Sifu's success, it was able to pick up another thing. Like, that was 3 years ago. Kepler's first publication was Sifu 3 years ago. And then since then, the rest is history. They're expanding. And Clair Obscure is going to widely expand their publishing abilities, which is great in my opinion, because that also means that Kepler would end up picking up more projects like this. And that's cool because it's a European-based interactive publisher who's looking for like European content. Like I would love to see a German game, right? A German-made game, like maybe Norwegian games, like something. the next Witcher game, right? I might, if they offer a full-on audio with Polish speakers, I'd probably play the first playthrough in Polish. We don't know. We don't know, but they're rare. They're super rare to have a game publisher say, okay, I see what you guys want. You guys want to have the money and the budget to hire 2 separate, really wonderful casts. But we're not talking about like the common stereotype of hiring a B-list cast in order to fill the demographic requirements. You know, like the stereotype that comes with anime a lot of times, because the budget is incredibly tight, right? I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally to be like low effort, but budget is tight for these things. And for myself, it's pandering to me, in my opinion. Like when you are saying this game has 2 different casts, sign me up. I'm gonna play the game twice in some way, shape, or form. It's not this is always better, this is always better, I only play in this because that's how natural it is. I'm like, cut me a break. Like, you know, I can't agree with you. Not that's monocultural stuff that I don't agree with. So most of the time I'm like, okay, like, hey, why aren't you playing this in English? It's like, I did. Like, why aren't you playing this in French? I did. Like, hey, what is your first playthrough? Is it going to be in Japanese? Or it's like, well, I really like this game, so I want to use the English as the basis to understand other languages, language versions. But soon I could play in Japanese first, then use English to reinforce whatever Japanese I learned, for example. I have yet to start on Final Fantasy, my legacy run through Final Fantasy, which will take like 3 years probably, like to do that. Persona is a more feasible legacy that's coming up. So we're gonna start from like all the versions of Persona 3, then 4, and then 5, right? Prior to the next Persona. So, and then Metaphor, probably pick up Metaphor because they're multiple dubbed. I saw the list of English voice actors that they hired for Claire Obscure, and it's really excellent. Like, they didn't hold back. I'm not familiar with the French cast, so that's kind of a neat thing. That's basically like everything's new, and that's pretty great. Yeah. So that's indirect. So it's being moved to July because I imagine making time for Claire Obscure, which apparently the runtime's about 40 to 50 hours plus all the completionist stuff. And for me, it's probably going to be like plus 20%, so 70 hours. And spreading 70 hours while lesson learning across a month sounds about right. If I subtract Spanish, then I could do it like it took me like a week, no, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks for Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza. So, but now I have Spanish, so that means it'll probably take the whole month. So yeah, something to think about. And then you can get agitated about hearing French all the time. It takes place in a it's a, I'm gonna say it's more of a chaotic order depiction of French locations. So like surrealism, they're using surrealism for the game. It does talk about deep topics like existential crises and situational behaviorism stuff. Are you familiar with the premise of Protocol? Of Expedition 33? Protocol? This is something that's introduced immediately for the game. The premise is there is an all-powerful being, presumably, right, on the surface. The story is what's giving it Game of the Year contention, by the way. All the other mechanics I've seen from other different things married together, so we'll talk about them in the future. There's a powerful being that somehow can erase all individuals of a certain age. And when that number declines to that number, so it's descending order, everyone of that age is wiped out. And they build an entire environment and story and like life, but like a universe around what happens if everyone who's 34 and older died. So it's called Expedition 33 is because presumably all the characters that you have are going to be 33 or potentially younger, but I think the idea is in the expedition, everyone of that oldest age goes out to try to stop this presumable being from erasing the next one. So they probably build a really, according to feedback, they like the reception, they built a very provocative narrative around painting a society in which adults no longer, like the classical adults, like the modern day adults, where it ends at age 33. So what happens? What do they do? How do they? I have so many questions, and that's what piqued my interest originally when the game was announced, like half a year ago, maybe half a year ago. And that's the premise of the game. And now, if Final Fantasy, if it looks Final Fantasy-esque and like other-esque, JRPG-esque, you know there's a twist. You know there's got to be a twist. And my guess is that all the people who go off in an expedition turned out to be the people to agree to wipe out their entire generation. That's probably one of my, like, it's in the top 5 outcomes. You probably find out that the people who went out on the expedition are the people who decided to wipe their year out. Like somehow the person who's that almighty being offers voluntarily the decision of the expedition, and they somehow maybe convince themselves or become the paintress. So that's the name of this almighty being, the paintress. And I think the twist could be something like somehow through their adventure and their expedition, they've come to question their existence to the point where they would voluntarily agree to wipe that age out somehow. Like that would be like a very painterly, artistic thing that would complement what I see visually and whatnot. So we'll see what happens. The concept is not crazy in my opinion. I mean, I watch anime quite a lot, and not like shonen and fight anime. I typically watch existential stuff or like science fiction, post-apocalyptic science fiction. So it's not a big stretch to find a compelling narrative in which you realize that for the betterment of whoever is lasting, they might agree to voluntarily eliminate everyone. It's kind of like Thanos thing, right? Like the snapping and whatnot. It can end up being poetic like that. So I am looking forward to how they spin this stuff. It can't, oftentimes compelling narratives aren't that straightforward anymore, especially a game that thrives on its narrative. And that's what paints JRPGs so well. So it's awesome to see a different take on it, or a country, a culture that's backed by different things and exposed to different things do that, right? And that's very neat. And calling the being the paintress is, with lack of a better word, is so French, and I kind of love it. Like, for example, for contrast, if it was a German game, it's probably called The Architect. If it was a American game, The Director. If it was Japanese, maybe like a Sephrin, or like it has to be like an angelic body, something like that. You get lots of themes, but you kind of collectively see the culture kind of imbue the JRPG, especially the visuals and the execution and intonation. I'm excited to hear what it's like when French people emote their characters. It's been so long. I frankly, I don't even remember the last time I played a game where French dialogue was one of the bases. So it's still difficult to think about. I think people are so stereotypically already normalized to Japanese dialogue, where the American English is adapted to Japanese emoting and actions versus the other way around. And then I didn't ever get the opportunity to see the other way around, largely because the Japanese audience is way smaller than the American audience, so, or the English speaking audience. And when a game comes out with English, there's a rare occasional adaptation of Japanese over the English, but the other way around is a business move as well. So for Japanese publishers, and that execution, in my opinion, for lack of a better word, budget is tight. It's secondary, unless you're talking about Sega's Like a Dragon series. I do not think they pull punches for the American cast. I think the Chinese cast is all right. I don't think it's like slam dunk. It might also be because I'm not as familiar with who the people are that they do. They used a talent, a scouting talent for the Chinese cast of Like a Dragon. For the American cast, for the English, largely American cast, actually I think almost all of them are American, because of their English. It could be some maybe British or like others who assumed an American accent, but as far as I know, I did not encounter anyone with a non-Americanized accent in the group. But they were selected. They were like picked and offered, much like the cast for Final Fantasy Rebirth and remake. They were selected, and so these games, in my opinion, have a really important part to all of this. Games that are fantastic, they play well, but really does not invest in cast, story writing, or something, they're fine. They're not as interesting, in my opinion, from the perspective of what I want to show, like what I want to interact with. I'll probably play those games in my free time and whatnot, and then indie games often don't have the budget or voice acting, period. So the vast majority of my indie games I play don't even have voice acting lines. The most mainstream, high budget thing that I play now is Like a Dragon, and I've already committed to that every time. Actually, before that was CDPR, because I played Cyberpunk 2077 on launch. But I don't think that was dubbed in any other language. Oh, actually, hold on to that thought. I don't think it had. And then the science fiction. Oh no, it was. Oh man, it had many languages, so we could replay Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 has English, French, Italian, German, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, Russian, and Chinese. So we could play the heck out of Cyberpunk. That's what happens when you have money. Because CDPR is its own. Technically, CDPR is an indie dev. It publishes its own game. So, and then it doesn't. Oh wait, it did publish other. They do have other developers now. So technically, bigger thing. But CDPR, right? That's an example of, yeah, you can play it in any game and anything. Like I would love to. Okay, now I'm really strongly thinking about doing a legacy for CDPR games because it's in Japanese and Chinese. I want to know now. And then and then we have Spain Spanish, which is a little tough, but a Spain Spanish, not bad. See, that's cool. That's my future, by the way. That's what I plan on doing in the future for immersion, I suppose. And then like this type of thing is gonna go away because I have no use for it anymore, right? So eventually all the time that I'm spending now with this in another year or two, it's gonna be less and less this and more looking for games to play, to understand culturally and whatnot. Fun. Now back to this. So that's what's planned for next one. But the LLM stuff gets pushed largely because probably won't have time for it. Have to be realistic. Beforehand, what happens beforehand? Is coming soon? Gotta prep. Shima? No. It's something about mother. Shirame? No. Shitame? Nope. Just wanted to check. I didn't feel too confident about that either. Like the mother is coming soon. This is weak. Let's put this on here. Oh, beforehand. Plus meh. Shortly. So it's like, oh, your mother is coming shortly. So you wanted the... want to like prepare. How does that work? Also, by the way, it's a like it has JRPG foundations. It's a throwback to Legend of Dragoon, in my opinion. I played Legend of Dragoon when it was on PlayStation 2. Legends of Dragoon came with 4 discs, man. And then Final Fantasy. And I like French aesthetics and animation, and it screams my need for more French animation and direction. It might not seem like it's so the difference or the similarities are quite obvious, but to me they are very distinct. The approaches are very distinct when it comes to different nationalities when they go into making animation. And then I want to hear vocal performances, which are very different too, obviously. And I would love to compare and contrast the American cast, or it's actually not even an American cast, it's a mixed cast. So that's cool too. The English speaking cast is a mixed cast because this is from Europe, not from the United States. Oftentimes things from Japan as well tend to be the market directed, so they tend to be American. So you're gonna hear what I usually hear when I'm watching shows. I actually, the funny thing is, a lot of times some of the most iconic American characters are British. You know, we don't have to go through a laundry list. You can pick like Hugh Laurie, for example, or if you're going MCU, just pick Tom Holland's. That works too. Or if you're really not a Marvel's fan, you go to DC, Christian Bale's. They are British. They're not They're not American, but they play American characters. So, yeah, you always see people getting surprised that British actors are British. Wait, you mean people get surprised when they think that Benedict Cumberbatch is British? Nah, I'm kidding. Or Martin Freeman. But hear me out. People are surprised when good actors like there's a lot to be said about like seeing what you want to see and then not seeing what you don't want, like not paying attention to the things you don't want to see. But with all that said, it's kind of like there's also surprise when people think that people that look European end up being American, or they identify themselves as American, like directors and whatnot. So it goes the other way around too. When you see people outside of the United States say like, oh well, that person's basically Irish, and then in an interview it's like, nah, American. That kind of thing happens too, you know, like, as a flip. But the actor thing is pretty funny, largely because their characters are American. So that's kind of a interesting double take, right? Double take. I don't know how often British industry is saying like, oh yeah, you know what? We need an American actor to be this British character. I'm not sure if that happens too often, but a good example would be Robert Downey Jr. as Sherlock Holmes. Now, the writer is obviously very different, and it's not coming from a British studio, like a British writing studio. It's coming from an American studio making an adaptation that something is British, and therefore there is an American actor. So it's very different if you're saying, oh yeah, you know, BBC wants to make another TV show on Sherlock. It's like, let's hire an American to play a British person. But the other way around is more likely to happen. So there's a selection bias, in my opinion. Statistically, it's more likely that an American audience, or like an American corporation or company or publisher, would not mind hiring a British actor to play an American. You have yet to be surprised that an American actor that plays a British character is American? But that depends. How often do you watch an American actor play a British character that is not American? Before you knew that person was American. Have sometimes been surprised by American directors' depth of knowledge on English culture? Yeah. I have yet, and for myself, selection bias, I have yet to be surprised by a British director understanding American culture. And not even considering which American culture. In fact, American culture is like the portrayal of regional American culture. Like, I can tell you there is a sufficient number of people when they hear South and then they watch it, they're like, that's not the South. To be honest, you can't think of any American actor that has seen played a British character. Exactly. That's probably what I would say. It's more so sampling size than it is you know, possibilities. Like, for example, even Benedict Cumberbatch played with an American accent as Doctor Strange. Because Doctor Strange is an American character. But he exudes a British debonairish thing. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of funny. I think this topic is really funny. I could talk about this topic for quite some time. But it would be fun to see what would happen though. Like, can you convince Brad Pitt to play a British person? You probably can. In fact, that's the closest thing that I can think of. Brad Pitt has played, but he played comedies. He was in comedies. So it was deliberately like overacted. Yeah, he played Irish in Stretch. Yeah, we can't say the name of the show, but name of the movie, but I know exactly which one you're referring to. If you know what I mean. We can't actually say that word without incurring some problems. So, he played that one movie. That one movie we probably have seen, and it's a comedy though. So you can't say we're not comparing it in that way. Yeah. So that's probably the best example I have. What's another one? Renee Zellweger played one, but that is also a comedy. It's a rom-com. I think the one I'm thinking about is Bridget Jones' Diary, right? Bridget Jones' Diary. Are you familiar that Peter? Oh no, wait. You might know one. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Pro call. Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage is American. And Game of Thrones is British. Oh. You haven't watched it. Dang. Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp's probably a good example too. He played quite a lot of roles, if I can think of it. Another good example. You do know of Peter Dinklage? Yeah, he would be an example. That people would be surprised that, oh yeah, he's obviously British, right? Because every other actor around him is British. Or British speaking. British English speaking, but he's American. So, there's that. I think that's the closest thing I can think of because he's very well known. I think the other one would be Johnny Depp, but I'm not sure if I would say I had great examples of Johnny Depp fooling people. Actually, honestly, I'm not even sure if what nationality people think Johnny Depp is. I like to say I don't even know. I'm not even sure. Okay. I'll let you go, but yeah. Good luck with what you have to do. Okay, so beforehand, he's about to be here shortly, right? Oh, こんなることは分かっていたので、Nope, that doesn't help. Doesn't get it. Oh, it's using 用意してました。What are you? What are you? I'm pretty sure it's shortly. You want to clean up? No. She's almost? Shio? Yome? No. Oh no, this is not shortly. It's beforehand. Oh, this one's hard. Oh no, it's back again. It's A casual. Oh no, this is bad. It's like beforehand. So a casual encounter with a raw cage. Oh no, this is arakajime. Oh, this one's awful. I don't know what to do about this one. Arakajime.
あらかじめ
Yep. This is just beforehand. I don't know what to do about that one. We're just gonna keep reinforcing it with rote memory or something. I can't with that one.
転がす
Orogasu. What does my time look like today? Okay, I think I'm still okay with time. See river.
見送る
Miyokuru.
気持ち
Chi. Hatsu. Hatsu. Ne? Hatsubai. Yeah, Hatsubai to. Hatsubai to. Ah! Hatsubai.
発売中
Hatsubai to. Which was. What? Departure sale. Oh. Monogatari.
物語
Monogatari. Uh. No. Migoto.
見事
Migoto. Which is Migoto is splendid. Or magnificent. Alright. It's not too bad. You kind of figure it all out at once. I don't know if I prefer to just have the SRS do it for me. I don't like the SRS just doing it for me. I think we can prevent from making mistakes just by brainstorming. Put in more time. Okay, so we're on 3 now, so tomorrow we gotta be hitting the ground. Hitting the ground here. Early, younger brother, someone, Asia, crab, yoga, jackhammer, excuse, public, before, business, request, tofu, fix. Okay. Let's do our reads. I Soku. On. Areかの Ryu. Shou. Bai. I. In. Shima. Do. Shou. Oh, no. Zoku. Shin. Do. Yo. Hai. Samu. Ha. Was ha? Um. On. You. To. Chaku. Oh, this one takes a bit. Yeah, it still takes a bit. Why does it take so long? Oh, tan. Gotta improve. Tan. Sen. Go. And then we have 4 here. We have correct plus fix. Shojiki, which is honest. Or honestly. The mnemonic sticks, but it takes a while still. Take and neru. Which one's take? Which take? Oh? Oh. Oreru. And what happened here? I need something with re. Torn? We're gonna use torn. Torn and ruined. Oreru. Which is to come off. To fall off. Torn. Torn and ruined. Oreru. Replacing the mnemonic. Or the lack of a mnemonic. And then we have wind and person. Dang it. It's so hard for me to remember cuts. Win. How does win work? Win had a moon, right? And then 2 strokes. Oh man. It has a spring. Also, one of the downsides of not having the components part of the mnemonic, it can often help with writing. So I'm pretty sure it has a moon and horns, spring, and muscular arm, or what is that? Power? That's supposed to be power for, yeah. And then person, but different person. It. Wait. How does... Yeah. And then this was kate. I'm not sure if this is right either. It's fine. Let's get close enough. Katte, which is as one pleases. And I think the mnemonic's fine. Just took a very long time. So if you're the winner, then you do as one please. Right, winner takes all. Beforehand and meh. Beforehand. No, that's fine. Ugh, that's not fine. And this is arakajime. Now there is one for shortly, and I'm not sure what shortly is anymore. So this is beforehand. And the mnemonic is well enough when I realize it's beforehand. Arakajime. So meh, I'm gonna attach this in a weird way. Meh, because this mnemonic is pretty meh. It's a meh mnemonic. That's how I'm gonna remember it. Arakajime. Let's look at the. Oh no. Oh, here we go. We can go off this, and then we can go to the heck. This doesn't link back to. This doesn't link back to kanji. Oh, it's because it's a different kanji. It's a different character, so I don't have to worry about it. It's fine. It's a different character. It's not this character. All right, so that's fine. All right, so today we kind of did a little bit of what's the casual talk, kind of teased what's coming up, right? What's coming up for May. I'm really excited. It's a personal project. These things don't come by very often. Personally, no one asked, no one. It's one of those games like people aren't interested in this type of things, but I am. So, and I have a different attachment to language now. So that's what we're gonna do in May. Outside of that, we talked about today. We got a chance to talk about more. So I guess pseudo psychology. I don't know what you call this. Anecdotal writing stuff. I teased a little bit of how I visualize overthinking matters or decision making in a different way using the graph form. That's the stuff that I usually talk about whenever someone is curious. Obviously, I don't have a written carpe diem or like carpendium of these things. Whenever someone's curious, I tend to embellish and talk about it. Things are really wonderfully represented as graphs. It would be kind of fun to write a book that isn't so much for like comprehensiveness, but maybe like fun graph stuff. I had thought about writing, I call it, there was a segment way back called Graphic Stories. I had thought about writing a PDF or a fun little segment where I draw a graph and there's a joke in there, but I would just leave the graph. Like, what does this graph represent to you? And that's kind of how I visualize things, you know, the progression over time. It's very difficult to talk about things over time without representation of a graph, because I feel most people think of life and conversation cross-sectionally. They rarely think about it longitudinally, like across time, where you think of a decision you make as a singular point in time. I disagree. Not in the sense that I disagree with that a decision is being made at a single point in time. I agree that you make the decision at a very specific time. The things that are involved in that decision making is not at that very point. It's the final thing that you considered that cause that decision making to happen. And that to me is where graphs come in. And then to present a perspective, right? Your decision making starts at your trigger, at the exposure and the level of awareness that you need to make a decision. And then your final moment is when the decision is made. But the decision making process, it's well before when the decision is. And that's kind of what the graph was trying to illustrate when it came to thinking. When you're thinking of awareness, your awareness and your tolerance are different places. Like, you like to talk about something, and when you want to stop talking about something. So the trigger is the start of the conversation. The awareness is when you happen to start finding out, oh, do I want to continue this topic or not? And then the final is how you resolve when you reach your threshold, right? And we make these snap judgments all the time, so it's not like you need to know any of this. Like, none of this stuff is consciously useful until it is. So no one, I don't think, and maybe this is speaking out of line, but I don't think people are interested in this stuff at all. So I've never really considered writing, like publishing or doing any of these things. But it would be kind of fun to make it into like an entertainment joke thing. I can kind of see myself publishing like a 100-page book, and all 100 pages are just hand-drawn graphs, like by hand, with like some comedy in it. It's like, hey, you know what my morning routine is like? The graph with a line on it, and then it has like several things, and then I would just leave it for people to interpret. Like, do you know what I'm representing here? That would be kind of a fun thing. I always thought about maybe in my 40s I would publish something like that. We'll see. I doubt it will. I have a distinct feeling it will be far too obtuse, or not really all that interesting. I mean, case in point, the present day company that I have tend to be very, very minor, right? Anyways, thought I'd just leave a little commentary for the digression in the middle. I leave time for that, all, like, without a doubt. I stick to my words. There's one thing that I do practice and preach, and that is, with open generosity, I reciprocate. I offer generosity regardless of reciprocation, and I'll continue to do that. Those breed stories, irregardless, regardless if the person reciprocates or not. I have a story. All right, with that said, that's the end of WaniKani. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. You are more than welcome to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Share, share, collect, reflect. Come on by, ask a few questions, stay for discussion. Always welcome. And I'm gonna get up, go to the bathroom, stretch it a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第112天。It is day 112, and yep, feels bad, man. Okay, so what was the deal with this? We had one here. Oh, this is a block on 结. So 结合, which is to combine. That's okay. The last couple times we're really leaning in on whether I have forgotten it or it's a memory block, right? And things happen. You know, the tip of your tongue situation. Not too bad. Like, I didn't invest any effort on knowing what 结合 is today compared to yesterday. It was really very I honestly feel like this most of the time with Chinese. The occasional time we mark it with a mistake. Even in HanziHero, not even in WaniKani, I think like it's like 99%. SRS is not bad. Not bad. You gotta figure it out eventually. I prefer to figure things out as we're going. I don't particularly find that the way they go about what will be an alternative to a feature set that I would use. I would probably get like, oh, you know what would be a great graph? This would require lots of back-end coding though, in my opinion. So at every review, but then it would get interrupted because I would have, let's say I'm not streaming at all, right? During a review, it would be awesome to keep track of the amount of time on each review. So every review would have a clock that starts at every single review, and then that would be tracked on a graph, and it would offer an average of that as well. So then you would see like a graph that looks like this, right? And then you can look at peak moments, crest moments, and maybe points of consistency. And that's probably would be the closest thing that would refine on the SRS for myself. I personally do not resonate with the thing like, oh, I just don't know it now, and we'll just let the SRS come back around for later. I'm not that impatient. So I sit there and I ruminate and I figure it out, because the next time that comes up, that rumination is how I get back to the answer. That rumination encodes my practice that I do, the practice that I figure out stuff, not necessarily relying on a system like, oh, okay, well, you didn't remember it today. Here's the answer. Try to remember it tomorrow. That's not really... I totally get how that saves time. Does it save time in the long run? It's kind of hard to tell. I'm not suggesting my methods are like the way to go. But generally, if I make the effort and the conscious effort to even guess, make educated guesses, it's far more compelling to me than haphazardly using process of elimination. That I'm going to be talking about that on So to Speak as well. I think there's a habitual understanding that people make mistakes, but they have to be explained the answer, especially when it's abstract and you can't like comb through your mind about it. I think that's kind of what might be a defining feature of how I interact with WaniKani and HanziHero. This little spot here is small and superseded by my egregious, maybe like even liberal use of thinking through it. Not, oh yeah, I got it wrong, I'll just come back tomorrow, or I get it wrong, we'll just trust the system. At most, I would have one or two things from the day to day in Chinese, and on WaniKani, I don't remember the last time. Maybe it's been like 3 weeks since, or maybe it's probably like been 3 weeks since there was a quote unquote mistake. But I do make mistakes during the thing. So what is not depicted here, especially like on WaniKani and stuff, is that while I made those mistakes, I did not forget the vocabulary. I've made a mistake on getting to the correct answer, or stumbled along the way, and that's important to me. Stumbling along the way and figuring out why I stumbled and whatnot. Getting something wrong and then something telling you this is the right answer is it works. It saves you time, and that's kind of one of the biggest differentiating factors between what the metrics are available, because to me that's why the metric exists here. There isn't a metric that panders to me about mistakes, because I'm not the target audience for it, in my opinion. The target audience is going to be like, oh, I forgot it, let's just move on, and then save that time. I would sit there and just brainstorm for some more time, because I don't want it to come up again. Kind of a big difference in mindset. And it's very, very difficult to know if at the end of the day, how much faster is it to just give up quickly and then get reminded what the answer is than getting the answer by making mistakes. So those mistake sections, they don't serve the purpose of highlighting mistakes to me, unless you're actively reminding yourself and going over why you made that mistake. Like just now I had one, my thought was, why? It's one of those days where you know all the stuff, but it's an acceptable error, right? It's an acceptable error because you're human, and from time to time my attention span or whatever I'm thinking about during the day doesn't work. It just doesn't work, and that's what I come to accept. We could try to minimize it though. And I think having one every so often is pretty good. It's pretty acceptable. 经济, so pass through. That's our new one. Pass through aid. The economy is something we all pass through as we try to save up money to aid our needs and desire. Ooh, this one's gonna be tough. Okay. Yeah, this one's gonna be tough. Ben Guo, 经济 main country. Interesting. 经济 collapse.
经济崩溃，
崩溃。我对经济 something 全完全不懂。
我对经济完全不懂。
完全 is completely, right? That's one of our weak ones. I don't know anything. Yeah, completely anything about economics. Don't know anything economics. And this is concerning. Me concerning economics. Completely don't understand. I don't know anything about economics. 经济需求 demand need requests demand or requirement, that's good. 需求人们的需求是市场的需求过 something
需求过旺，
旺 X on Wang. Alright. This one's fine.
需求轻易
轻易 light easy. Something light and easy can be done easily. Okay, I like it. 轻易不会轻易上当的。
不会轻易上当的。
Really? 上当 means fooled? Huh. Interesting. 他轻易地顽强了这我不知道什么and 认 oh yeah, this is 认 that's a point. And then the relax no, this is 任务
他轻易地完成了这项任务。
任务 it's task. Appoint a task. 任务 okay. 这项任务他不 不轻易，不轻易 forgive。爽人，
他不轻易饶人，
饶人 ，jeez， 饶，
轻易。流血。
流血 ，that's fine. Blood flow is bleed. 流血而死，流血而死，
流血而亡。
而亡。Oh, that's Wong as a standalone? Okay. Wait, did I know that? I don't think I did. But death is death. 他的 nose， 他的鼻子流血了。
你的鼻子流血了。
哦，你的鼻子 Whoops. Did you even look at who the 流血不 stop, that they won't stop. So 流血不止 Yeah, 不止
流血不止。
Wait.
流血。
流血
争取。
争取 to compete, to take, to strive for. To strive for something is to contend with it and take it with all of your might. Oh, with all your might so that you can take it. Okay. Strive for, to contend for, okay. To fight for. I'm gonna start breaking out from a cue. Start break out in song from Mulan or something. What we're fighting for. 我们争取提前完成计划。
我们争取提前完成计划。
That is a very complicated set of vocabulary. So us to strive for, to bring up change. 计划 divide. We strive to fulfill the plan ahead of schedule. Okay, I see fulfill 完成 计划 is plan. And then,提前 to ahead. I see. Strive and then ahead of schedule. 提前 Yeah, ahead of schedule. I see. 我们 strive for ahead of schedule to change, to complete or fulfill or to turn into complete our plan, which is this plan 计划 Interesting. 机会靠你自己去争取。Opportunity to near you. Opportunity approaches you. For example, it's opportunities that are presented to you. Yourself go and strive for. So you must strive for an opportunity. I see. It's opportunities to you. So your opportunities. Strive for it yourself. So you must strive for an opportunity. Nice. Jeez.
争取
争取 Okay, it's gone. Everything's gone. Ding.
经济
经济 or economy 需求 oh 需求
需求
争取
争取
争取 轻易
轻易
流血
流血
Okay. All right, next one. 存在 exist. It's exist and exist. I mean, 在 is add to, but 在 is exist. Did I add exist? Yeah, or to be? Yeah, exist. Fair enough. 那个问题已经不存在 doesn't exist 存在了存在了
那个问题已经不存在了。不应该存在。
存在集合
gather fit to assemble something to gather all of its pieces and fit them together to assemble. Oh, that assemble. Okay, I got you. To gather and fit together. Nice. 在 something thing 的地点集合 So at something must or set. So something must set spot assemble. So assemble at the designated spot. So this is designated. Oh yeah, that makes sense. 规定 determined spot. So be at or do assemble designated spot. Okay, that's an interesting arrangement of order. 在火车站集合 assemble at the train station.
在火车站集合。
I'm far more used to. Oh no, I'm not. The position comes before the action. Yeah. So this is the position, and this is the position for to assemble. Where to assemble the position. Okay.
集合香水
fragrant water. Perfume makes sense. 江江的香水味。
淡淡的香水味。
哦，淡淡not 江江。江 is Japanese. 淡淡的香水味。faint 淡淡 interesting. Spray
喷香水。
喷 or spray 喷香水。法国香水，法国 France 香水。
香水。接济。
接济。Welcome aid, financial aid. Oh, okay. When you welcome the aid of others into your life, you receive financial aid. Okay. Material aid. Okay. Holy moly. 老人的生活生活费用。Yeah, 费用 that's what I was talking about yesterday. 费用全靠I don't know what this is. We're gonna say 新油接济。
老人的生活费用全靠亲友接济。
哦，亲友。So old person's lives fee. So the cost of living, the cost of living entirely leans on or relies on a friend, parent, companion. So it might be like parents and friends, maybe even family and friends. Financial aid. Yeah, that makes sense. For living expenses, okay. For living expenses, the old, I see, there's where the old, and then rely, yeah, and then entirely. So rely, 靠, and then entirely, 全靠. Okay, it is friends and family. Okay, because this is friend, this is family, or parent, friend and family, and then financial aid. Nice. Wow, that's pretty cool. 老人的生活费用全靠 what was this? 亲友接济。一些家庭得到我不知道这是什么的接济。Some families receive financial government.政府。Some families receive or accept or get or obtain or acquire government financial aid, yeah, or financial aid from the government. Okay, I see. Those are some intense ones. The heck? Those are relevant things. I talk about these things. Do they take financial aid?
争论。
Contend, theory, debate makes sense. 争论。他们的争论环。That's a neck gun, right? 还没有 Oh, that's 还没有 This is high, interpret as high. 还没有停止 停止
他们的争论还没有停止。
停止 makes sense. So still going on, or haven't stopped instead. It's more like their debate hasn't stopped, but it's the same. It's very similar to saying their debate is still going on. Heated debates. I have no idea what you are.
激烈的争论，
激烈的争论，争论不休 endless
争论不休，
不休 oh it's one yeah right 不休 not two 争论
争论，存在，
存在争论
争论，香水，
香水 whoops I missed the M
集合，
集合 get to what is it gather together and it fits well. What does that accomplish? It fits together. I don't understand what word I'm looking for when you gather up and fit together. I really just completely blank. Assemble. Okay. See, that happens. Yeah. But this is lessons. So it's fine. 接济
接济，集体，
集体 gather body collective. A collective is formed by gathering things and combining them into a single body. Yeah, collective. Fair enough. 集体的 wisdom
集体的智慧，
智慧 wisdom. That's gonna be very terrifying to remember for the time being. 集体 property. Oh, I've seen these a couple of times.
集体财产，
财产 Can't wait to get this character. I need some abstractions.
集体，需要，
需要 you need oh it's been a wow 需要 holy it's been a while before this came up. 这本书我非常需要。病人需要安静。Yeah. Peace and quiet. How did the ding work? Oh. Right. How did it work? He was like cleaning and then there was a lot of echo. It was I'll come to it when I have to come to it. 人命的需要。
人民的需要，
人民 oh two 人民 we don't have 民言 but 人民的需要 people okay
需要
And then now we got our
文
characters.
化
Oh no, 文化, which is culture. Makes sense. Literature and transform and influence. Culture lives on, literature and transform and influence all that comes into contact with. Okay, 文化. Zhong 什么? Zhong something 文化很有趣呢？有趣，
中华文化很有趣。
很有趣啊！中华文化很有趣。文学是文化的一部分 ，art
文学是文化的一部分。
一部分。Oh right，部分 ，this gets silence，部分 art。很多不同的文化
文化迷
Oh, like 迷路 to get lost. 迷路. It's kind of funny it has road in it. Mickey Mouse is inside a living room of the house. He wandered into the house he wandered into, lost. He left the road of rice grains behind him, but turned around and found that they were gone. Without the rice, how can he get back to the road? House. Mickey hasn't come up in a while. Okay. I don't know how it's Mickey Mouse, but it's kind of adorable, I guess. Mickey Mouse, Disney. Well, think about it like a fairy tale, right? Mickey Mouse enters the gingerbread house. Wandered into the gingerbread house. Lost. So he left a trail of rice leading back to the road, to the exit of the house. But the rice disappeared and he got lost. It's fine. We're good. Yeah. 迷路 to get lost. 迷信 superstition. Lost date. That's cute. Mini, which is ateji.迷宫 maze? I'm not sure. Gong. What Gong contributes? Miwu. That right side has to be fog, right?
迷
Oops.
志
I typed the wrong loss. Aspiration. 志. Okay, so we have soldier and heart. Aspiration. James Bond is in the bathroom of the house. Go on. His aspiration is to become such a strong soldier that he can eat a raw human heart. What the... If the situation requires it. He takes out a cold heart from an ice box and places it into the sink, running water over it so that it can thaw. Once that is done, he takes a bite but fails to swallow it. He has not yet reached his aspiration. James, is this really something to aspire to? What the? We're gonna change this up a little bit. So James Bond is in a bathroom of his house, giving himself a pet talk about becoming a secret agent, right? He looks sternly at the bathroom mirror, right? Each morning, and he wonders how does he become a stronger soldier. And one of the stronger soldier, as like an assassin or something, you must steal one's heart. You must at times become cold-hearted. So one aspires to be a soldier with a cold heart in order to aspire to be an excellent soldier. Soldier being a placeholder for someone who takes orders and operates under a bigger organization. Which happens to be James Bond. That's probably what we're gonna do. 意志 will aspire idea. 志愿者 role. Wait, we have these. Aspiration person, aspiration person, and age spring wish aspire person. What? Or volunteer? I guess if you wish to aspire to being someone, you volunteer. That's a little stretch. All right. We'll see how well that sits.
志 集体 需要 迷 志 文化
Some of these I have legacy, so helpful. Chin. Ooh. Chin. Ugh. Chin. Okay, Cupid. It's a village. Muda. Alright, Muda desu. Cupid is in front of the infirmary this time, hiding on top of a tree. I haven't had a lot of Cupids, and suddenly now we have 2 Cupids. Hiding on top of a tree. Sure, because he can fly. Let's just say that. Below him are all the patients of the village. Patients, put him at infirmary, still dressed up in hospital gowns, shaking the tree. They're sick of Cupid shooting calipers at them instead of love arrows, nearly killing a couple of them in the process. Okay, that didn't go where I thought it was gonna go. Okay. Okay, sure. That one's a bit loose. 村民 村民 乡村 I don't know the left thing yet. 农村 That's 农 too. 村 not flowers, waitress, and soldier. Why is that so close to man.
村
And
材
material. Oh my goodness, that is very similar. Switch out the caliper for a nerd. Jeez. And now we have Casper, which is a very uncommon one too, so far. Casper is inside the hallway of the high school. Okay. Didn't we have another tie? Oh my gosh, yeah. The left side alone is tie as well, where he is trying to collect some materials for his locker. He goes up to a nerd and beats him up with his ghostly strength. What the heck, Casper? Then steals a miniature tree from the nerd. I'm not even sure if Kevin's familiar with Casper. What? Why would Casper? Then steals a miniature tree from the nerd. Where did the nerd come up with a tree? It's almost like nerd is Jimmy Neutron or something. Happy with the material he has gathered, he goes up and puts it in his own locker. Wait, just collecting material for his locker. So he just yoinks a tree from a nearby nerd. Casper is a high school bully. He has ghostly strength. That puts Casper. And then high school, another student. A nerdy student, maybe. Inside the hallway. Ugh, material. More cai. Tree material, wood. 食材 ingredient, food material, nice. 材料 material. Yeah. Coffin. I don't know what the left one is. I don't got anything. Okay.
财困
Quinn. Trap. Trapped. Quinn. I don't know what Quinn is being used in either. Okay. Koopa. Koopa true. We don't have a lot of Koopas either. Koopa is in the bathroom of the infirmary, where some sort of mutant tree has taken root. Why mutant? He goes up to it and he grabs Koopa with its mouth. Okay. Koopa is now trapped in the mouth of the mutant tree, unable to escape. The doctors and nurses surround him, trying to figure out a way to get him out. Okay, doctors and nurses, or infirmary, they're in the bathroom. So there's some sort of mutant tree, let's say, growing out of the toilet, right? Taking root, sprouting out of the toilet, and it goes up to it and it just noms the Koopa. The Koopa is now trapped. Magical tree. We'll use Koopa as magical tree. Like plumbing, right? Plumbing, Koopa. This is Koopa from Mario. Koopa Troopers from Mario. I guess. It's a tree trap. I mean, it's basically a tree with a trapped in the mouth. I guess visually it's pretty okay too. Besiege. I have no idea what the left Wei Kung. Wei Quinn. Quinn cool. Trap toil, hardship. Chong Kun. Quinn. Impoverish. 贫困 ease. Those are some
困
advanced stuff, I would imagine.
巧
skillful. Oh no. There's a slight chance I might get that confused for achievement or accomplishment. Alright, we gotta be careful here. Oh, that's why I'm getting it confused. Because I can't use chocolate. It's not... Oh, no. I'm using chocolate for Li. But this is Chow and Chocolate. It's not helpful, but... It kind of helps with the... read. That's kind of funny that Chocolate... the two of the things deal with something that deals with like aptitude. Right? Wait, what does Li mean? He only has a muscular arm, right? Oh, I'm gonna get that wrong. I don't know what it translates into. Hang on. I'm actually really curious if they have chocolate. Yeah. And I don't remember this. So it's a muscular arm. Link is in the bathroom, but what is it? He's just having an arm wrestling fight. Okay, for power. Okay. Of course, chocolate is one of the examples. Okay, chocolate. Kirby is in the cellar of the barn, skillfully balancing a cross beam on top of a handle Unfortunately, nobody else sees a skillful display besides some empty milk buckets and a pile of manure. Okay. Kirby's all alone in the cellar, trying to practice his secret skills. Balancing a crossbeam on the tip of a handle. Interesting. Unlike Kirby to do so. Maybe. Xiao Li. I think this one gets a pass. It's gonna be a little tough remembering it's Kirby. Unless we need skillful thinking, ingenuity. 巧思 巧妙 clever, intriguing.
巧抓
Draw. Draw does sound like grab. Finger claw. Okay. George Costanza, you're back, is in front of the auditorium where he is hired as a groundsman. Yeah. He has a claw in one hand and uses to grab the small little finger pest that runs around the entrance area, terrorizing the guests. Oh, interesting. I was gonna say maybe he has claws on his fingers to grab people trying to sneak into the auditorium. Fine, it's something George Costanza could feasibly do with a claw. Yeah, but remembering draw is good. Oh. Because there's not a great defining feature of George. Just working there. Draw. It's easier. Draw. Jing. Height. Draw. Kwang. Drive. Be driven crazy. Scratching it. Draw Yang. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
抓
It's gone. Wait.
村
Chin. Okay. Yeah. And then
才
I. Right.
困
Quinn.
抓 巧
Okay. That one's actually kind of the weakest in terms of the definition. Because Chalkali does not help with the definition. Okay. Alright, let's try to lock in. I think I might have to change up the schedule. We'll try to complete So to Speak's final 2 chapters, and I will do the thing tomorrow. Or leave an extra day to reflect. That's what, tomorrow's the 29th? Yeah. Give me some time. It's Moss. Oh. Okay. We'll see how I feel at the end. My voice is kind of shot.
蜥蜴
3亿加4亿等于7亿。
The heck? T. Like. Okay.
花瓶
一只大花瓶，
超市，
我们小区有一家超市。
完全，
我完全相信你。
药片，
这些药片很小。
米饭，
谁不喜欢吃米饭？
第八，
我刚刚读完第8章。
嗯，
因，适合，
他适合做教师。
trying to give my voice a rest here.
变成，
经验会让你变成更强的人。
饺子，
你晚饭吃了多少个饺子？
考试，
这次考试太难了。
省事，
在食堂里吃饭省事。
长远，
人要有长远的计划。
终极，
中级班。
是，懂得，
Oh,
我懂
I
得
need
他
to
的意思。
silence. Yeah, need to silence. Oh, you. Oh, no, this isn't.
快餐，
西式快餐。
Every time I see quiet when it starts. What the? Fast food is takeout. Don't even at me like that. Okay?
餐馆，
我们总是去那家餐馆吃饭。
Don't even.
餐桌，
餐桌在厨房里。
Whoops. That is not the right tone. Ah! That is not the right tone. Oh no, everything's going south. Oh, my bad.
愿意，
他不愿意结婚。
纸，碗筷，
把碗筷摆好。
有，
What? Oh, I typed 2 and then I deleted it. Oops. Oh no! Wait. What is the what are you? Oh, yeah, this one was weak. Ah! I mistyped that. It's fine. It's Thai. Thai.
复提起
他从没提起过这件事。
自愿
他自愿加入救援队。
Wish self. I would try a couple more. I'm not sure what they're going for there in the sentence.
"练习
我没做完那道练习。
It's like if I wish self-wish, right? How does self-wish? 加油 to make it's like hope to aspire to achieve. Volunteer. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not happening. Volunteer is not what I get from that. Holy moly. That is not even close. I'm not even in the ballpark.
饱满
这些果实看起来非常饱满。
That is not even close. I was way
No.
lost. I have no idea what they were going for there. Oh, I already figured out what this was. Now, because I typed the wrong thing. Oh,
太熟练
他开车很熟练。
分钟
每隔几分钟，
flip? 分钟 time hour? What do you want? Oh, whoops. That's not it. That's futile.
封建
分间 what? 分钟 clock hour o'clock like what Minute? Do you want minute? They probably want minute.
带 功课
你姐姐在做功课。
功课。Oh. All right.
请坐
请坐，别客气。
内向
内向的相反词是外向。
Jeez, how am I gonna learn this? If something you self wishes to do, volunteer if you wish to do it yourself. Okay. I think that sounded straightforward until I started thinking about it too much.
商品
我们卖出的商品。
Yeah, they want a minute, but it really also needs time. It's a little bit further out, but minute's fine. Yeah.
背
Oh, this one scarred me quite hard. The hex spray. Oh. What? Hold. Was the conflict dealing with... No. Was it? No, the spray is what's throwing me off, I guess. I'll think about it on the way back. I'm sure it'll come back. And go back around.
正式
这封信不正式。
冷气
冷气太强了。
You're going off to bed? You thoroughly enjoyed our chat today. Here. Yep. Thank you. It was a wonderful chat. Good night. Until next time. Come back with some stories, you know? Like cold air, cold temperature, cold climate. Oh, that's air conditioning. Take care, Procom. Good luck.
立刻
我接到你的电话，立刻就来了。
What was it? It's like standing moments. I had a mnemonic that I want to add it to that. I don't remember. Like this moment. Immediately. It's immediately. At once. Why am I drawing a blank on this one? Let's just go for
净化
净化空气。
净化空气. I don't know why I was pausing on that. This is air conditioning. Air conditioner. 空调 空调 is a lot more common to me.
现任、
现任总统、
中间、
他在中间、
照、记、和、个人、
个人利益、
功能、
你的手机有拍照功能吗？
建立、
建立根据的、
配、
Oops.
齐、
Wrong tone. Typed the wrong tone.
双、
Oh, no, I'm confusing with something else. That's first or initial or beginning.
主任、
信是我当面交给主任的。
物品、
贵重物品、
物品 goods, things, goods. How's that? Oh, articles. They wanted articles as opposed to goods. But it's still goods. I think they take goods. Stairs.
人、
Young.
礼、 纸条、
一张纸条、
出、令、
That one's tough. That one doesn't stick that great. Kind of concerning.
轻忽、
他不应该轻忽这个问题。
草药、
他不认识这种草药。
关、户、选、肉体、
肉体上的痛苦。
This is the other flip, right?
感、好听、
这首歌真的很好听。
素、
Our cues, yeah. I should really stick to accuse. Accuse helps out a little bit more on some of the stuff.
休学、
他决定休学1年去旅行。
There's plenty of ways to say this, but to suspend, to take a break, to absence from studying, resting from studying. There's just so many ways.
主、
Did I put goods in here? Oh, I did put goods in here. Oh, or they already have goods. I should have just stuck with goods.
歌词、
这首歌的歌词很好。
How did I... That's fine. Suspend. That's fine.
周末、
你周末通常都做什么？
早、
Yeah. What? Oh. I wrote the wrong tone.
读音、
这个汉字的读音。
I can't spell pronunciation. It's fine.
默、口才、
赞叹他的口才。
怎样、
这件事你怎样解释？
What? Wait. Did I pick the wrong person? Oh, I picked the wrong person. I think.
房子
无忧
当
Did I not put roll for this? Oh, did they update this to work as... Oh, because, yeah. No, this is for the component thing, right? Oh, they did change it to some extent. Oh yeah, this was changed. It used to be who it was, or like as who, acting as, or who. I forgot how it's phrased. It's something that I don't take intuitively.
特点
中国文化有什么特点？
I like to work as. It's not that bad.
英语
这个国家的人几乎都会说一点英语。
Holy guacamole. What is that? Somehow I'm gravitating towards,
饿
but I don't know what the right hand thing is. What is the right hand thing? A handsaw? It's still a handsaw, okay. The handsaw, what does the handsaw have to do with food and hunger? Master Chief tied up in the corner of the electric... Okay, with the electric wires. Okay, he's been detained by evil electricity plant workers. Makes sense, okay. For reasons unknown to him, he is terribly hungry and he hasn't eaten in days. He's taken out a handsaw and cut off his arm to serve as food instead. His hunger has made him not think clearly, as he could have just sawed the wires off. That's fine. It's our only at the moment. Right. Now we got the flip.
"或许
他或许会同意的。
Oh shoot. Yeah, the two flips are like these two I need to pause on. Where you have the arrow and it's either this or the other way around. Those two can be a little something.
指
A little something special. Some special. Why do I immediately think it's... Somehow I immediately think it's going to be... fun.
板
Okay, it is what I think it is. Okay. This was a typo.
难题
考试里充满了难题。
What happened here? Who is being a pep? I thought it was Kermit. Oh no, it's not Kermit.
否
Oh. Supper, you know? Supper. Double supper.
停 墙 对话
这一段对话很精彩。
That took a little bit. That was a little weak.
在内，
连我在内，小组有7个人。
努力，
我们的努力已经到顶了。
Oh my gosh, I missed the T. My T didn't register.
处，
Uh-oh. Oh.
眼睛，
我的眼睛好痒。
黄色，
黄色的大楼，
What time is it? Yeah, I might save it for tomorrow, the conclusion. Give me another evening to collect my thoughts about So to Speak. But we'll complete So to Speak today. Guess that would be then the day after because of Spanish.
"受到，
足球队受到了非常热烈的欢迎。
Oh, doll. It's like found out, discovered, figured out. Quite a lot.
"习惯，
他的坏习惯，
It is. Yeah, receive. Yeah. What? I already. No. Wait, what did I write? To. Oh my gosh. It's fine. I'm okay. We're just blocking that out. It did mean so many things, and depending on the context. It's a bit of a flex one.
但，
And
老头，
I T
几个
didn't
老
work.
头在树下打牌。
This one is
感谢，
我感谢你的帮助。
hard to be grateful. Sure.
态度，
我喜欢他的态度。
出走，
散会了，大家往出走。
草地，
我家房前有一片草地。
Yeah, no idea. Whoa. I was so off here. Like, I didn't know what that is. Volunteer. So if you wish to do something, right? If self-wish to do something is to volunteer. That makes... And that's so straightforward, and I can't remember that. Jeez. Save me. Alright. We'll see how ambitious I am today. No, it's way too late. Yeah, I'll do the summary on the last day of... On the last day I guess it's fitting, right? Do it on the last day of April. I'm gonna try to squeeze it in while I'm really tired. Okay. So these ones are a little bit rough, I would have to say. Me. True. Shin. Tai. Bin. Chua. Xiao. That was pretty promising. I mean, I did spend a lot of time on them though. So it's fresh now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Jingji. Oh, some of the vocabulary today is a little rough. Jingji. Especially this one. Economics. Jingji. Oops. Xu qiao. Oh, I just realized I have 2 Jings. Oh, no, I don't have 2 Jings. Just kidding. Wow, Zheng and Jing is gonna throw me for a loop for a little bit. Zheng. Zheng. Qi. Zheng Qi. Qing Yi. Liu Jie. Chen Zai. Yeah, that's fine. Yen Lun. Xiang Shui. Jie Ji. Jie Ji. That one's a little tough. Ji He. This one's a little too. Ji Qi. A little bit here. Xi Yao. This one's okay. Legacy. And Wenhua. Which is legacy. Alright. This is a block. That's fine. Blocks are fine. 结 right 结合 combine that's fine. This one not fine. Very not fine. It was from yesterday. Alright. 这样 which is volunteer. The mnemonic is fantastic, but jeez, I don't know. Some part of me was like, nah, think of it very, very in a hard way. All right, let's get with it. So Mickey Mouse wandered into a gingerbread house and is afraid to get lost. So to make sure he can get back to the road, right? He left a trail of rice. But in the end of the day, he ended up getting lost anyway. Because the rice didn't help. Rice disappeared. Now we have James Bond, bathroom of his house, staring at the mirror, wondering, how does one become an excellent soldier? Aspire to become an excellent soldier. So he aspired to be a cold-hearted one in order to be more efficacious. Okay, now we have Cupid outside of the infirmary, on top of a tree, trying to hide from the village people, being upset with him at shooting calipers at them. Right? I think this one ended up turning out alright. Okay. Now we have Casper. This one's a little bit weird. Casper is inside the school, inside the high school, and he wanted to fill his locker with materials. So he basically hit up a nerd student and deprived him of his tree. He took that material and added to his all in his locker. Then we have Koopa. Bathroom of the infirmary? Yeah, infirmary. And spotted a very interesting looking tree that is growing from the bathroom toilet. He went to inspect, and the tree's mouth just nommed him and trapped him inside. Meanwhile, the doctors and nurses try to figure out how to get him out. Okay. Then we have George Costanza, who's currently outside of the auditorium, being hired, where he's on the lookout for theater sneakers, auditorium sneakers, with his claw on his fingers. That's how I'm gonna interpret it. He's grabbing sneakers with his claw finger claws. And then we have Kirby. Kirby is in the bathroom of the barn, or cellar of the barn, and busy showing off his skills by balancing a crossbeam on a handle with no one to see how skillful he is. Feels bad, man. That one's okay. That one's okay. I think it's gonna be a problem later. Because nothing really identifies as Kirby. And he could be doing it anywhere. Alright. There you have it. That's the end of HanziHero for today. Too bad. And again, averaging one thing, it's be okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero in Chinese. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Always feel free to follow along or give HanziHero a try. Right. Always welcome to drop by, drop a question, stay for the discussion. I'm gonna get up, walk around, try to hydrate a little, see how I feel, and we'll be back with So to Speak after this. Thank you. Alright, everyone, welcome back. Minasan, wakari nasai. This will be tentatively our final session of So to Speak. Now, I went a little long today, so probably I've decided we'll do our like concluding remark, like the writing section and whatnot, the day after tomorrow. So tomorrow I want to like take a rest day. Tomorrow I have Duolingo Spanish before this, and today we're gonna complete the game. It's gonna be a shorter session, and then it'll give me like a day or two to kind of lay out in my head what I'm gonna do. Most of these things are improv, but I think today, unless those chapters are very short, I want to give like a solid 3 or 4 hours. Right. I like to reflect, think about stuff, integrate all the things that I'm currently doing with language learning. So yesterday we did 3 sections, 2. Intention, no, we did 2 sections, shopping and transitions. The transitions were quite nice. Actually, I encountered a couple elements. Oh, I really like this shopping section though. The shopping section was fun. It's like kind of rapid fire vocabulary. All right, so let's get into our family. Ooh, give and take. Oh, you know what? One of the parts, like lending, there was like lending and borrowing that was just kind of glossed over. That's kind of tough one. Family. Talk about family. Yeah, man. Let's go right into it. All right.
帽子をもらったよ。
帽子をもらったよ。帽子。Okay.
帽子
Hold. Or yeah, where? I mean, that's not what I'm looking for. I could have sworn. Oh, yeah, motte. Oh, wait. What? Oh, am I giving? Hold on. Oh, it's just wearing. Really?
帽子をもらったよ。
No. How do I could have sworn we got some sort of. That doesn't work. That's too far of a stretch. How do I get? Oh, maybe. Oh, there it is. Oh. What? Hold. Oh, we don't have anything under. Hold? What? Okay. Oh, there it is. What? What? I don't actually know. Is it where? What is Mona? No, what? What? I legit have no Morata. Yeah, Maru. I legit have no idea what this is supposed to be. I thought I knew, but now I'm unsure what is going on. So let's just
ギターを友達に教えてあげるよ。
there's giving. Guitar. Oh, why doesn't that work?
ギタ
or tomodachi. Where's friend? Do I have friend?
友達を
Oshiete. Teaching. I saw teaching earlier.
教えてに
And then ageru. We have give. This one.
あげるよ。ギターを友達に教えてあげるよ。
Ita o tomodachi ni oshie ageru yo. Okay.
おじいちゃんが本をくれたよ。
おじいちゃんが本をくれたよ。Give, おじいちゃん Am I not? There we go.
おじいちゃん
おじいちゃん。本 You holding anything? Okay.
本がくれた
くれた
よ。おじいちゃんが本をくれたよ。
Okay, so
帽子をもらったよ。
はい。It's not any of these. So what? I thought it was hold, but what? Wow. Maybe I can.
もお
No, that doesn't work. That's definitely Maratta. I really thought Motte could qualify for that, but how do we jerry-rig this? So you can jerry-rig it with a where? Oh no, oh no, I've done a disservice. Oh no, that's not good. We broke up the thing. This is bad. Maybe I can. Maybe I can trick it somehow. Oh, wait. No, I don't think so. That's not gonna work. I genuinely have no idea what this is trying to say out of all the things that I've already cycled through. And now we're in trouble because we like triggered the
ギター
breakup.
を友達に教
帽子をもらったよ。
So now we're in trouble because we're just stuck. guess the best way we go about it is
帽子をもらったよ
go back.
帽子をもらったよ
That's bad. I don't know. I'm not even sure how to unbork this because I have no idea what this is trying to say now.
Yo.
That's not helpful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe I have something under receive? How the heck do you spell receive? Maybe this? Oh, it does work.
もらった。帽子をもらったよ。
That's fine. We're fine. Receive works. It's actually both. But I was not thinking about it clearly. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm thinking of morau. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's weird. Oh, there's receiving. There was receiving. I should have thought about it a little bit harder. It also means take. So there's a lot of other things. When all else fails, should have clicked around and looked for other words. I'm surprised I didn't type receive earlier.
お疲れ様です
お疲れ様です。Working hard. Tired. Tire works.
お疲れ様です。お疲れ様です。
Yep. Good effort.
行ってきます
靴
靴。行ってきます。靴。Shoes.
靴。
靴。行ってきます。Let's go. Leave. Leave works. 行ってきます。Don't forget the shoes.
お茶どうぞ
ありがとうございます
リンゴもどうぞ
いただきます
Cute. What do I have under itadakimasu? Just thanks. Okay.
いただきます。
Ringo. Ringo. Dozo. Here's an apple.
リンゴ
Also. We have also
も
dozo.
どうぞ。リンゴもどうぞ。
Yeah, just have apple too. But dozo can be, please. Yeah. And thank you. Ah, really? I don't. There it is. Grateful.
あ
Grateful
りが
words.
と
Gozaimasu can line up with offer.
うございますありがとうございます
That's fine. It's kind of funny. It can line up. And then ocha.
お茶
Dozo.
どうぞお茶
Or
どう
here.
ぞ
Like, have some tea. Or here, have some tea. Okay. What's in here?
荷物大丈夫？
大丈夫です。
荷物大丈夫？大丈夫です。荷物。Why does Nimotsu sound so familiar and I can't remember it? Oh, Nimotsu. Yes. The case.
荷物
大丈夫。
大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫です
大丈夫です。
大丈夫です。
おじいちゃんだ。
おじい
おばあちゃんも。
お誕生日おめでと
birthday.
うお誕生日
お誕生日。おめでとう。
お誕生日おめでと
And おばあちゃん。Where's おばあちゃん？おばあちゃん？おばあちゃん。
うおばあちゃん
And おじいちゃん。
荷物
Oh my
おじ
gosh.
いちゃんだ。おばあちゃんも。
お誕生日おめでとうだ
お誕生日おめでとう。Right?
お誕生日
Congratulations. Oh,
おめでとうお誕生日おめでと
お花お願いします。
どうぞ。
ありがとう。
うお花
flower, please. お願い。Or wish. Wish works.
お願いします
Here. どうぞ。
どうぞ
どうぞ。And then ありがとう。
ありがと
どうぞ。
いただきます。
いただきます。
You can't. I've tried to like highlight and then hit a space, but you can't do that in this game. いただきます。
ういただきますいただきます
Okay. This seems familiar.
お兄ちゃんと妹がいるね。
妹。Sister.
妹
Younger sister, technically. That registers for sister. Fine. And this
お
also
兄ちゃん
Oni-chan, which is older brother. And then Iru. Iru.
いるが
お
ね
ね
とお兄ちゃんと妹がいるね
お兄ちゃんと妹がいるね。
これはあなたの犬？
弟の犬だよ。
Oh, what? 弟の犬だよ。Okay. That's kind of funny. これはあなたの犬？ No inu. Is this your dog? No, it's my son's.
Inu.
Disagreeing. That's fine.
Mm.
Got it. Oh. Yeah.
Inu.
Anata.
あなたの
Got it.
これはあなたの犬
Ototo. Where are we gonna get an ototo? Oh, not son. Younger brother. Younger brother. We need to find younger brother. I guess we can kind of still use brother though.
No.
We can still use. That's fine.
だよ弟の犬だよ
Ototo no inu da yo.
何をしているの？
お母さんに電話をかけているよ。
Well, that. Okay. お母さんに電話をかけているよ。Where am I gonna get? Is there a mother? Oh, there's one. お母さん。
お母さん
And then 電話 I just saw 電話。
電話
かけている。Answering.
かけてお
Or making a call. かけて。Fair enough. Dealing with the phone. Word.
いるよお母さんに電話をかけているよ
I'm talking to mother. Yeah, that is definitely how that would work out. Nani? しているの What are you doing? Yeah, して
お
doing or exist.
いるの
What are you
何を
doing?
しているの
Yep.
おじいちゃんと会う。
おじいちゃんと会う meeting with おじいちゃん
おじいちゃん
Meet? Do we have? I think we have meat. Out? No. Just kidding. There we go.
会う
With? We have go as with? No, but I'm sure this will be fine.
とおじいちゃんと会う
私のお姉ちゃん優しいよ。
お姉ちゃんで Is your お姉ちゃん here? Yes. No? Hey, I need who Okay, we're just gonna use this.
お姉ちゃん
His older sister, but that's fine. 私 That's right.
私の
私のお姉ちゃん優しいナイス優しい
優しいよ私のお姉ちゃん優しいよ
優しいよ私のお姉ちゃん優しいよ Alright, let's go in.
赤ちゃんかわいいね。
よく食べるよ。でも、あんまり寝ないよ。
でもあまりないよあまり寝ないよないよよく食べるよ
Akachan.
赤ちゃん
Kawaii ne.
かわいいね赤ちゃんかわいいね
Yoku. No yoku. Yoku. Nope. I need often somewhere. Use much? Much is good. I think much is good enough for yoku. No? Okay, oh wait, this might mean actually. Yeah. To aberu.
食べるよ
I need often. Looks cute. Oh, we could use yoku in this way too, but I feel like it's more. I guess.
よく食べるよ
Yeah, eat well. That's fine. Eats well. That's true. That's true. I was interpreting it a little different. Eats more, like eats often, so eats well. In that way. Demo. Yeah, demo. Although,
でも
amari doesn't. Yeah, amari not very, but it does not seem. Yeah.
あまり
Not amari, not much, right? To compliment often and much. Well, nenai. Nenai is sleeping. It's negation of sleeping.
ね
Nai.
ない寝ないよでもあまり寝ないよ
Sleep? Yeah, okay. We missed the house. Let me guess. Tadaima. Right. Okaeri nasai.
おかえり
Okaeri.
ま
Tadaima. Yep. Less, even more friendly. Okaeri. Returning.
おかえり
Okaeri. Okaeri.
おかえり
ただいま
Wait, I'm trying to click on. There's the.
ただいま
It's kind of funny. Okaeri, Tadaima. They're both related to returning. That's greeting for returning. Welcome back. I am back. Right. Both returning. Sort of. Closest thing. Alright, that's my generalization. Oh. Oh, yasumi nasai?
風邪ひきました今日
Oh,
は仕事
sick.
休みます
Sick. 今日は仕事を休みます. Okay. Instead of being resting to be absent, I'm going to be absent from work today. Cause kaze. Although I'm kind of curious. Ikimashita. Kaze hiku to catch a cold. But I'm kind of curious if kaze overlaps with.
風
No, it doesn't. Intriguing. There was a comment by that same person that we've been referring to, talk about how certain things that are the same sounding that matches or don't match, because some of those things that match also mean those things, and then some of the things that don't match don't mean those things. So this is a test, right? Kaze is the same kaze, actually. Like this character matches with this here. Pretty sure. I better double check before I put a foot in my mouth. Yeah. So both kaze on the kanji level matches. So, however, some of them don't match even if they sound the same is largely because the meaning they're looking for is separate. And I'm pretty sure they consistently separated by meaning as opposed to
sound or things. So the ones that do match can pivot to those meaning, which is what happened with like sisters and brothers and whatnot. The dominant meaning is still there, whether it's different or not. Like, because older brother would be ani, and then younger brother would be ototo. But the dominant meaning is brother. It's interesting. I just wanted to try that. Yeah, caught a cold.
引きました。風邪ひきました。風邪ひきました。
Yep. It's still the same character though. I think a lot of times maybe the frustration regarding like, oh, I don't understand why this sounds like this and it can be matched with this, but this doesn't work here. I think in my opinion it's more of a not really liking the idea that a language would have things that sound the same but mean different things, and then things that sound the same are the same, and then things that look the same are different, and then things that look different may be the same or maybe similar enough that they would match up. I think the extra layer of kanji and kana creates that expectation that may or may not exist in the depiction, like since this game is largely depiction as well. So English, you still have those things, but they don't, it's not coming from a point of ignorance. At least that's one little touchy subject that I saw that person was feeling like, oh yeah, I don't like some of these match up, some of these don't, and then this match up. It's because the meaning of that character is still the same. It means all of those things. Like for example, what they often talk about this, like and, if, with, quote, this thing here actually means all these things. So even if you connect with the one that isn't, you're discovering what it can also mean. Meanwhile, kaze didn't work because the thing here that they're expressing is not this kaze. Like this kaze. I don't know. Being a little, it might sound like I'm being nitpicky, but I'm only being as nitpicky as the person is suggesting. Obviously, all the other people are talking about are relatively the same, so kind of nice to have something to point to and test myself, I suppose. It was a golden opportunity there just now.
今日
Do we have shigoto? Yes, we do.
仕事は
Absent. Resting works too.
休みます。今日は仕事休みます。
Yeah, so that today I will stay home from work. Yeah, so then you could even argue I used absence. So I could say today I will be absent from work. And that's what it can also mean that. But in another way, in that context, today I will stay home from work. It's staying home from work means you're absent from work. Or this could mean rest. I'll rest today. And then it has work there. It's like, well, what do you mean by where did work go? It's like, well, it's still overall implying I'll rest today. And the implication is that you're not going to work. So even if they dropped shigoto, I rest today, it will still imply that they're not going to go to work, in my opinion. So like lots of context, lots of flex, right? I interpret this as either a rest or an absence. I wonder what Yasumi... Yeah, so it's under rest right now. But if there's absence and you like drag it to it, I wouldn't be surprised. It would be one of those examples like, wait, I don't understand. Why is it rest? And then suddenly it matches with... Because you're discovering that, in my opinion. You're discovering it means those things. So one of the tools you have as a visual, when you see it visually, is you can match kana together and see if they're the same. or they're different. That's kind of, as in my opinion, a process of learning, right? If you hear koto, which koto is it? It's part of your process of learning, not, oh, there's two things that sound the same, they shouldn't match if they don't mean everything. Like their meaning and their sound and their visuals have to all match in order for it to be acceptable. That is explicit learning, in my opinion. That's less like learning a language, if I had to be a little bit strict about it. In English, when someone says, "Oh yeah, hey, may I borrow your book?" It's like, wait, what does borrow mean? It's like, well, it's like you lending the book to me. It's like, wait, what does lend mean? Like, well, if I borrow you a book, then it's like lending me a book, or I lend you a book. If I borrow you a book, it's lending to you. Like I'm lending you the book. Try it in Japanese. It'll be very, very much reminiscent of what I just said, where like, wait, so those are two separate words, but you're using them in a similar way. Like, yeah, lend and borrow. And if you're absent from work, you're also resting from work. It's quite elegant. Or the hominin thing, right? Hey, I'll bill you the bill. You'll bill me the bill? Like, yeah, I'll bill you the bill for building. And you're wondering, wait, so if I drag bill, like I'm imagining an English version of this, right? Like a Japanese person learning English, you'll get bill as the root, and you're like, so what does that have to do with build, building, and billing? And one of them is not like the other. So that's part of the discovery. And you can still have them all in the same sentence. Like, I'll bill you for the building. I'll tell billing to bill you for the building. And they would all be in the same sentence. So at some point, you rely on all of the tools you have. Meanwhile, in my opinion, that criticism that person had was coming from a limited learning perspective. Not that it's bad or good. They finished a game, apparently. Allegedly, they finished a game, so where there's a will, there's a way, I suppose. It's amazing how my perspective has kind of changed over the last year and a half. It makes me feel like I could have been learning language pretty much my entire life at this point. It's so fascinating how the perspective changes when approaching even your own language. It also helps a lot with criticisms. Alright, where are we going? What is this? Ooh, it's a hospital. Oh, atama. Honestly, what was this? Kubi? No. Ashi. There's no Mimi. Meh. What is this? I don't remember. I keep thinking B, but that's Chinese pizza. Can I? Atama. Meh. Wait, we already had atama? I have nose. It. What? Oh. Te. Me. Oh, ashi.
お医者さんですよ。
お医師さん。お医者。Oh, お医師。Oh, お医師。お医者さんでしょ。I broke up. I think one of the funnier moments of visiting these type of games is I'm so conditioned to reading kanji that whenever I read kana, I would clump the sounds together as though I was pronouncing it like a specific way. So I thought this was Osha-san. Oisha-san. But Oisha-san ですよ. Like Isha or Isha-san. That's hilarious. Sorry. I guess Japanese. It had a Japanese moment.
お医者さん
Oisha-san. I mean, it still sounds the same if you say it properly, but I didn't.
ですよお医者さんですよ
Oisha-san ですよ. ですよ. Kinda cute. Okay.
赤ちゃんが生まれたの
生まれたの Oh, 生まれた Oh, 生まれた born. Birth? Yeah.
生まれたの
赤ちゃん
赤ちゃん生まれたの
生まれた生まれたの Intriguing. I don't often get a chance to use born, give birthplace, anything dealing with birth. I don't get to often see that. It's interesting. I was very enthusiastic when I recognized umareta.
おばあちゃんの体は丈夫ではないよ。
おばあちゃんの体は丈夫ではないよ. Because her doesn't look too healthy.
丈夫
Alright. Harada is body. Or still health, but in this case, part of the bigger phrase.
おばあちゃん
ではないよ. How do I express that? Do I have karada? Oh, I need to grab this. There's the body.
体のは
Karada wa jobu. Yeah, jobu de wa nai yo. It's more like isn't but is. So like
ない
yeah.
ではよおばあちゃんの体は丈夫ではないよ
Yeah, jobu de wa nai yo. Yeah, so the body is not durable anymore. Her body is not durable, which is unhealthy. Jobu de wa nai. I'm saying most of this stuff because one of the major criticisms also is that there was an expectation by the person to translate these components into the overall meaning of the sentence. And that is not the case most of the time. If you're attempting to transliterate all the Japanese into English, then the interpretation will come out as a transliteration, which I don't, in my opinion, this is my personal bias, it wouldn't capture the essence of the sentence or the comment. Like, grandmother's body is not healthy. That's far more interpretive, and honestly, that's kind of how language appeals to me, but everyone has their cup of tea. In Chinese, I would gather all the elements and then I would make an interpretation. Whenever my parents would speak and then speak to others, I would gather all the things and I would make an interpretation of it, to be honest. So I'm interpretation dominant, and I'm far more like, I read this, but my head is saying, oh, grandma's not doing so hot. Not even like the body part is like karada, sure. The body is in there, but the expression is she's just not healthy. That includes her body. So when I heard this little girl speaking, sounded really upset, like, oh yeah, grandma's not doing so hot. I heard body, but it wasn't in my interpretation at all. It's just grandmother's not doing well. That would include her body and possibly her mind. So that to me, I might be a little biased, but generally speaking, the sum parts, it's a bit like linguistic, like translation versus interpretation, and like biology goes into, like physics go into biology. But I often like to place the sentence, even if it's a sentence, into my own words, but even more so that the combination of words that another language has can be reinterpreted in the appropriate English word, in English phrase. And that to me is why video games, like especially dialogued video games like a Dragon, it is incredibly impressive when you have one scene voiced by more than one language, like more than one cast, because there are restrictions. The timing, the cadence have to somewhat match, and this is where the lost in translation effect happens, in my opinion, where like I think grandmother is not healthy is this entire sentence. Like when I'm thinking here, like, oh yeah, I still want to refer to grandmother's body and like mine or something, but overall it's the person hearing it, at least in my opinion, when I'm like interpreting, it's like, yeah, grandmother's unwell. In fact, I would say grandmother is unwell, which they didn't literally say her body is unwell. It's the gist of it. Maybe that's not the greatest for like first learning the stuff. I totally take that criticism. Like I would concede that criticism. It might be not the greatest way to learn all these different parts, but you have both of them here. So Erik and co have broken down the pieces, which you could kind of see it as a cipher, right? A cryptograph, if you will, a cryptograph. So you put these together and you can kind of ascertain the meaning in English. So if you're an English speaker, in my opinion, you can grasp that grandmother of body topic marker is there's no existing durable body for grandmother, so with an emphasis, so her body's not doing so hot. It's a bit of a stretch, but generally speaking, that's kind of like the gateway into communication, expressing communication, right? Like, what am I really saying when I say I'm not doing so well today? How many ways can you express that in a different language? I would imagine even Japanese would have multiple ways of expressing that, and all of them are kind of valid, in so to speak. I don't know. I might be thinking a little too much into it. But generally speaking, when I'm watching anime and like watching video games and stuff, I don't necessarily belabor the one-to-one too much. Now, that can make you a little loose with grammar and structure. So making time for grammar and structure, perhaps. I kind of like that they went either too hard. This is going way too hard on linguistics. And then this is going possibly really hard the other way, interpretive, right? And somewhere in between is where some people like. I like this. I like this quite a bit. That's how I visualize Japanese sentences for a while in the beginning. Like when I first started, I was like, oh yeah, so this is the emphasis. And then, okay, they're emphasizing not of this quality, and the quality is of her body. And I'm like, okay. But immediately when she said it, it's like, okay, that's fine. You just summarize it this way. And it happens even more noticeably when I start hearing sentences and stories. You start paraphrasing. And then I make time to learn vocabulary. I make time to write. Like, writing requires grammar understanding, in my opinion. So I make time to write and read. But when listening and stuff, it's kind of a different approach. At least in my opinion.
薬
Kusuri. So like, the person just says medicine, right? But it's more like I need medicine, or I should get medicine, even though it's just kusuri.
薬
Don't have to literally say it. Kaze? Oh. Oh, really? I don't know what the middle thing is. So we have medicine and cold. Arimasu. There's cold medicine? Or is this how you write pharmacy? Probably not.
薬
We have medicine, cold.
風
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Kaze is represented with this thing here. And then now we have it. That's right. Yes, Kaze has a special extra for the cold use. That's right.
Arimasu. 風邪薬あります
Neat. Very neat. I don't know how to read this right hand character. Like what it functions as. Like it's read. Because Kaze, this is a special case. So I have no idea what this right hand character means. Other than it contributes to Kaze. Oh, cemetery.
あれは死んだ人？
死んだ人死んだ人 Are those dead? Are those people passed away? Or dead people?
死んだ
死んだ人
人
あれ
あれは死んだ人
What? Can I say that? Do I have are? I don't have are. Hold. Let's help. What?
あれは死んだ人？
Okay, hold.
あれは死んだ人
I was looking for that, but that's fine. Yeah, are those dead people? Context, more than one person, so those. 今日は No. Oh, wedding. Or not wedding. Divorce? Wedding? That looks like wedding. Wedding style? Thai relations style. Wait, is that do I have anything? Oh yeah, it's a wedding. Today there's a wedding ceremony. I see.
今日は
Yeah, I forgot this. Pivot to ceremony.
結婚式だよ。
結 婚式だよ. Yeah, 結婚式. I can 結婚式で
結
す。
婚式。
結婚式だよ。
だよ。結婚式だよ。
Nice. You. Aww. The game's coming to an end. No, we're heading to the airport. Right. No.
空港行きは2番乗り場ですよ。
空港行きは、wait. 空港行きは日本乗り場ですよ。
乗り。
Place zone.
ば
Yes.
ですよ。
And 空港 airport. I mean, this works.
空港。
Can I get... There it is.
空港。
行き Oh, 行きは2番 Oh, second 2番 Right. This works, right?
2番。
2番 I thought this was plain, but go? Yeah.
行きは空港行きは2番乗り場ですよ。
Oh, I see. The one going to the airport. Oh, this is Iki for direction. For direction. So the one that's heading towards that direction. The airport direction. So this is the boarding zone. Yeah, the one that's going to the airport is on the second boarding zone.
飛行機に乗る前にトイレに行こうね。
飛行機に乗る前に before getting on board, before heading to the plane, do you need to go to the bathroom, or we should go to the bathroom? 行こう yeah. Can do
行こ
行こう Ooh, want oh
う。行こうね。
トイレ
トイレに。
If there's anything I learned in terms of like extra conjugation stuff, is this call the want in this speech. That really lasted.
飛行機。
飛行機乗る We have ride? No ride. Really? Oh, no, we do. Norimasu? Oh, we have nori. Nori works.
乗るに。
And then mae. Front.
前。 飛
Before.
行機に乗る前にトイレに行こうね。
Front and before. There it is. Tokyo Airport. Tokyo Fuko. There it is. It's 12:45. I'm like debating. I'm debating if I'm gonna. Nah, we'll save it for. We'll save it for Wednesday. I'll do my like concluding candid conclusions on Wednesday.
飛行機だ。
すぐに飛ぶね。
すぐに飛ぶね。It's going to fly soon. Next, fly soon. Yeah, fly soon.
すぐに
すぐに
飛ぶね。すぐに飛ぶね。
飛行機
飛行機
だ。
だ。飛行機だ。
There's 飛行機。
飛行機。
東京。
空港。
空港。Ooh. Departure. Shuhatsu? Shuhatsu? Shupatsu? Shuhatsu. Oh, but it's I should know this one. It's part of my vocabulary. Let's say shupatsu.
さようなら。
さよなら。
さようなら。
またね。
またね。
元気でね。
気をつけてね。
気をつけて。気をつけて。ね。気をつけてね。Oh my gosh, how do you say this again?
気をつけてね。
でね。気をつけてね。Take care or be careful, right? How do we there it is.
気をつけてね。
Be careful. Yeah, or take care. I think the closest to when I think about it, 気をつけてね is to take care. It's the one phrase I would use more often. Take care, stay safe. 気をつけてね。What do you? 元気でね。Stay healthy. I think it's still. Oh no, it can still qualify. How do I? I'm sure we have Genki, right? Oh, we do have Genki.
元気。
That's fine actually.
で
Be
ね。
be
元気
healthy.
でね。
Yeah. Stay healthy. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Genki de ne. And then mata ne. I think that goodbye is fine for
ま
mata
た
ne.
ね。
Later.
いつまた会えるかな。
いつまた会えるかな Until we meet again? When are we gonna meet again? Until we meet again? Something like that? That until next time, like, until next time.
いつ
So when? Mata again, right?
また
When again? See. I guess how works here until we meet again.
あ
And then potential. How do I do potential? Can? We can do can.
会えるかな。いつまた会えるかな。
Yeah, when can we meet again? She was asking a question, but I was more phrasing it as like, oh yeah, until next time. Until we can meet again. Right? Until we can meet again. Or when can we meet again? This is a little good enough. Not doing direct translations for myself. Arrival? That's how you say arrival? Dao. Interesting. I don't have a read on either of those. This has multiple meanings that are very different from each other. This one is arrive. And that's it. Oh boy. That's it. Nadamas. I nadamas. Oh. Oh, that's cool.
月
Ski. Sora.
空
Yoru. Oh, that's kind of cute. One last. Yoru.
夜
Akai. Oh, that's cute.
赤い
Koki. Koki.
飛行機
And Kumori.
曇り
Midori.
緑
Midori. Nice. Owari. Owari works. No. That's it. Hang on, I want to start the loop for the music for a moment. Oh yeah, it just started. Can I? How? The question is there a way I can view? The question is, can I view? I can't. I was thinking maybe I can like yeah, no. So I was thinking maybe I can have the menu of the unit while the music is playing, but it looks like it gets dampened when you're in the menu, which kind of makes sense. I like menu music. Menu music is fantastic. Curious. What happened to whoops? That is not that is not what I meant to do. I was kind of curious if you can get the music to propagate on the title screen. I like menu music. But this case I think they dampened it. Yeah. Anyways, oh, and you can go through any of these. Yeah. There you have it. I'm not gonna start the review today because if I do 4 hours, it's gonna take me to 5 a.m. local time, which is way past my ability to speak. So tomorrow we're gonna take a leap day, right? Tomorrow is Spanish. We're gonna be doing Spanish. So the day after is the every other day. I've been swapping up my Spanish thing. So we'll do like I'm gonna say a modest 2 to 3 hours of 2 to 3 hours of summary. I'm gonna do this a little bit different. Again, I like swapping up my format. So in this way, I kind of like to go over some of the stuff that maybe other things are doing and plus or minuses. So I think it'll be kind of an interesting experiment. So the experiment is to think about the compromises that a game has to make. So for example, in this one, there will be traits of what did they choose? Explicit versus implicit, right? Over the last year and a half, I'm gonna say this spiel and stuff in a day and a half from now, but one of the focuses is going to be integrating most of the comments that I get, or whatever limited comment that I get, whether on video comments or suggestions of learning material, and then like reading a bunch of promo stuff for other people's apps and whatnot, all of that combined. My question now when I'm reviewing things like this, which doesn't come by that often at all, honestly, I want it to be like maybe a thing that I would do, but I think it has to cross a certain threshold now. But I would definitely be open. And what I mean by that is I would love to break down the compromises. And one of the compromises is, do you go explicit or do implicit? Sometimes it's a little in between. Lots of people go in between. But that's the compromise of, do you want to explain all the grammar points and all the breakdowns while the thing is happening? Well, one of the key words that Erik used in this game was immersion. That rarely aligns with explicit information, right? But there are things that would suggest it's explicit, which is not, because what happens is you're describing the situation. And you have, as an English speaker, right? Like if you have another language, when you click on things like this, these are the thoughts you're having. So these are thought bubbles. They are not explicit instructions. As in like, oh wait, airplane is hikoki. And I think this airplane is about to take off. How do I say take off in Japanese? That's not what you're thinking. You're thinking it's an airplane. It's gonna fly soon, right? So it's being implicit. So when you think of implicit and then you're nearby someone, these are the two thoughts that you generally have where, oh, okay, I wonder what they're saying. They got to be saying something about the plane and fine. Now that there is a compromise, now you have explicit and implicit. So this is completely implicit. This game is predicated on implicit nature. Puzzle games are some of the most influential puzzle games are implicit learning. They entirely rely on experimentation and figuring out the implicit nature. Now, there's a line here. Oftentimes, puzzle games add a bit of explicit information when it comes to a game that needs to speak a different language, like an entirely different language. That would be counterintuitive. So like light doesn't pass through this door. You could find it out implicitly, or there's like a diagram. So those are 8. In terms of that, this is the closest thing, right? So wholeheartedly, in this way, it's really cool. It's unapologetic. There's another segregation of mechanics. So there's mechanics, content for the sake of mechanics, game mechanics. So the gameplay loop, which I already mentioned all the things that I focus on. Mechanics versus naturalism. So you have gameplay mechanics, which makes this unnatural. And what is unnatural about this gameplay mechanic that you're using to compromise? You happen to have English thoughts that happens to line up with whatever. And that is a mechanical limitation. It's a mechanical convenience as well in terms of games. Like you could simulate red herrings, like in a like a naturalistic environment. You can make an argument, oh yeah, I wouldn't be exactly thinking this, which happens to be exactly what they're using. It's a mechanical convenience, right? Now, if you're thinking about why didn't Erik add all the other things, like there could be like several other people here saying random stuff that's not related to the airplane. It's probably scope. So for the mechanics of a game, relevant information, only relevant information is presented. If a challenge could be elevated, right, for mechanical purposes and or naturalistic purposes by including red herrings, as in you could make it even more tedious to the puzzle goer, to someone who believes in perfect one-to-one translations and stuff. It could become more tedious by making this even more of a natural environment, which happens like, okay, now there's like 6 other people and they're having random conversations. Are they related to the thing that you need to know? No. So in this case, it's fine-tuned. This is almost designed deliberately to be a game mechanical loop assistance. So while this game is implicit, for example, there's implicit learning, it's made possible much more like streamlined because the context, the implicit clues happen to line up with the things. So the solution is there, right? That makes it a video game. However, it's not like there aren't video games where they would give you a lot of other things to cloud the right answer. So Erik didn't do that, which serves as another observation for why some people might find the gameplay loop boring because they don't think it's challenging enough, or they think it's obtuse because all you're doing is mixing and matching. I don't think you're always mixing and matching. There's a clear limitation of English examples, like the one that I messed up today. I got stuck on. I was looking at more of a give and take, like a take situation, but I didn't use the word receive, right? And it was right there. It was right next to, I click on the other person and it had receive. So, in a way that can be seen as explicit instruction, but it is more implicit instruction without red herrings. You don't reach dead ends. In puzzle games, with a vast quantity of simplification, because in puzzle games, unlike having to deal with the entire lexicon of Japanese language, which is known outside of the game, could be possibly outside of the game, or even if you don't know any Japanese, you know from your native language that there are nouns, there are verbs, there are objects, right? So regardless, you are already experienced in your system. Even if you don't know any Japanese, those can offer a transcribable experience, and that can make it less interesting or less challenging or less dynamic. But that is also, in my opinion, the reason that this game is very appropriately have a game loop that isn't as complex, because otherwise I can think of it as when someone says, oh, I need more challenge and it needs to be more explicit, and I don't want to keep on guessing and not learn from anything. It's, in my opinion, the things that they want to address that makes the game loop even more tedious. Like, what else do you want? Oh, you want, or boring even. Boring leads to tedium. So like, oh, I want the sentence down here to be exactly like the sentence to the parts in literal sense. Then the game would become even more mechanically like a obtuse puzzle game. Like, do you want the answer down here to be soon fly emphasis? Or bend bend the sentence to meet these parts. It's funny because a lot of people criticize Duolingo for doing that, where they try to bend the grammar of the target language to the English as much as possible, which is also untrue. It's more like they start with that and then it becomes less about that. Here, it will probably end up being the same. So it's one of those weird situations, which I'm going to talk about a day from now, where I think it'd be nice to sort out the compromises of design prior to making comments about your own feelings and ignorance about comments. Like, you make a comment, like, okay, so did you offer a solution? No. But if you offered a solution and a desire, that often ends up, in my opinion, on paper, it kind of addresses the situation, but in my opinion, sometimes it exacerbates the position. How do you make this game less guess and check and less trial and error? You make it so that it's challenging enough in which you can't possibly find the answer. So what does that do? It increases the complexity of the game and makes it even more tedious. So are you satisfied that it's more challenging now, but it's less obtuse? Or you explain everything. Does that take away the tedium? No, in my opinion, that probably increases the tedium, because now there's no discovery. You have no discovery loop. You have no satisfaction of trial and error. You don't even mechanically do anything. So one of the criticisms of that person is, oh, it's basically a click and point adventure game. Meanwhile, they're arguing that one of the worst criticisms is it's obtuse and it needs to be explain everything explicitly so that you don't have to think. That reinforces making it a point and click adventure game. So you want a solution to make it so that it's not like a game that plays itself, and then you want a solution that makes it a game that doesn't play itself. So at one point you want a game that plays itself, and then you want a game that doesn't play itself. I think that's one of those things that I'm probably going to focus on over time. This occurs a lot when on cursory look in any most language learning things. The idea is I want this, but I also want to keep this. But my first thought, if I wanted to place myself in the position of the developer, which Erik is clearly looking for feedback and whatnot, oftentimes I like to think that feedback does help development, but the track record right now, especially for games, targeted audience tends to be more consistent for feedback for smaller development groups. Large groups, we're talking about, I don't know, Saints Row or something, the former studios of Saints Row and whatnot. When they take feedback, oftentimes it can lead to the downfall of the game design. Because largely, when you ask someone, and depending on target audience, they could request you to do something that inherently it's unforeseen, but it's something that they don't want. It ends up being an entirely worse experience. And I think we're gonna see what happens with this game in the future. I expect to come back and play some updates or something. I think it's a very promising start, and I will highlight some of the points that I feel would be a really wonderful welcome. I think the game is fantastic for many of its design choices. Now there are some back-end things like the dictionary, which Erik conceded to. I didn't even know. But when it comes to a lot of the design choice, sure, this game has its charming appearance, you can have, that's a matter of taste, right? But the UI is a matter of taste. Now, when it comes to whether the mechanical gameplay loop is too complex or too obtuse, you got to choose one. If it's obtuse, then you can't brute force it. It is not obtuse enough in which you can, in fact, the person described like, oh, you can just hold this and then just drag it into wherever. Like, well, it's obtuse to you, probably, largely because you choose to rely on that, the default that. I don't think there was any time where I asked myself, not even like grain of salt, of course, because I kind of knew what I was looking for most of the time. At the few moments, I had like 3 or 4 moments where I had no idea what I'm looking for, and sure enough, the quote-unquote answer was right next to it. So it's kind of like a funneling effect. If you don't know all 3 of these things, usually you know at least 2 of the things going in, right? If you don't know the majority of the things, every new thing limits the number of options you have in order to pick out, because the game is designed so lean, in my opinion, for better or for worse. I'm not sure if it's intentional. It's designed so lean that that's why it's not obtuse. You can't possibly not know the right answer. So when someone complains and throws their table and flips their keyboard and enter warrior mode and say the game is so obtuse, it's so confusing, and it doesn't make any sense, and you like finish the game, you were able to finish the game without relying on learning anything from the game, is I think that's speaks for his intuition in design, right? I mean, granted, it would be interesting. I mean, that person ended up finishing the game faster than I did, so I don't know. That speaks volumes, in my opinion. How long have I been on this game? I've been on this game for 17 hours. It took that person less than 10 hours to finish the game. And okay, I'll spare like 3 or 4 hours for being chatty and whatnot while the game was up, like when I was talking to my high school friend, but they finished it faster than me. And I like to think I know 98% of what was in this game before I started the game, and I quite enjoyed it. I really like what they're able to do with such limited, or lack of a better, limited resources. It's interesting when I sit here and think about perspective, and yet it baffles me that someone who would say they dislike something so much that in order to prove a point, they decide to do the thing anyways to prove the point. And that, to me, it's one of a lot more scarier prospects of, will this person start a fire that can sink a ship before it takes off, or crash a plane before it takes off, or it's one of those things like that is the red herring to taking feedback. If you have someone who openly disclose that they were upset and still act on righteous indignation to list a bunch of criticisms, that to me is when you start thinking about all the many studios that no longer exist now, and bigger studios with checks and balances listening to an audience that wants them to fail. I don't think that was in good faith. So maybe that person, it's funny because that person also started out by presuming or assuming, we had a long conversation. I think it's assuming. They're assuming that everyone else was ignorant. Like the first sentence or the first paragraph of that review was like, oh, let me tell you something that all of these chumps and shills did not mention in their reviews. Like, well, no, probably not. They probably had a different experience, but even then they probably also noticed those things. In fact, I would say the more informed people would notice things far more than someone that make a comment like that. So I would think as like I always wondered what I would be like if I was a community manager for certain games, but there's a level of understanding that when you're taking feedback from someone, it would require some sort of like clarity and judge of character. And in my opinion, developers, especially people who operate on passion projects, they work wonders and beauty and create wonderful things that may not necessarily benefit from their lack of time judging people of character in the matter of taste. So that's kind of why I hope that games like this, right? Games like this and indie games and whatnot have very core people to support the game, largely because it can be very difficult from a position. I'm thinking of like peer review process, right? When you're writing a scientific article and you're taking criticisms, you can't help but wonder sometimes, do those feedback guide you down a counterproductive direction and or not? So these are the things, in my opinion, to consider, which I'll share in a day or two, like the day after. I still need to collect all my thoughts, but some of the earlier thoughts deal with like adding maybe some sort of balancing out and adding some explicit things, how to make it modular so that you can increase replayability, or do you just go straight to expanding, right? And then addressing some of the criticisms and whatnot, but not necessarily criticisms in terms of defending, but more like coming up with ideas of not exacerbating specific problems while also mitigating maybe future problems. More on that later. But this was a fantastic experience. I really enjoyed it. I hope to see more, honestly. It is a little bit wishful thinking because I already had an opportunity to chat with Erik a bit. 7 years. That's a very long time, and I'm happy to see that project come to light. All right, with that said, I'll be back the day after tomorrow to summarize as many thoughts as I can within a 4-hour period. It'll be the same WaniKani, then HanziHero, and then this. And then we're moving on to our next project until we get an update or maybe an expansion or something, and I'll come back, right? Yeah. It will fly soon. Music's fantastic. I secretly looked up the soundtrack to see if I could find the soundtrack somewhere just to play in the background for the last for this stream. Okay, I'll come up with a different way. All right, folks, that's a wrap for this game for the time being, right? Much like Shoshinko. For now, I'll do some candid conclusions so to speak. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Thank you. Feel free to watch or grab the game on sale sometime. review your stuff. I really loved reviewing. It's a great way to repackage or interact with the same, like, practice content, right? And yeah, always feel everyone's welcome to leave a comment, talk about, drop your takes and questions, stay for some discussion day after tomorrow. It's a great opportunity, by the way. I love digressing during the concluding remarks. And yeah, I'll catch you guys day after tomorrow for those who are only interested in so to speak. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, right? What kyotsukete, right? Kyotsukete, and yeah, minasan mata ne. Take care. Bye now.